It's gonna be a fun time today. We are gonna have a unusual stream, I think. Uh, cause we're gonna be hanging out. Cause I was gone for 6 weeks, and I feel bad about just like truly dropping off the face of the planet. So we're gonna have a nice chill stream. We're gonna hang out. We're gonna talk about what I did, what I saw, and we're gonna talk about all the museums I visited. Because it turns out I do have a brand. And that brand is that I visit way too many museums and way too few of everything else. I visited 19 museums in 6 weeks. And realistically, even that's exaggerating. More accurately, I visited 19 museums in 4 weeks. Because I had a conference and then I had COVID, so, like, the first 2 weeks were not visiting museums sort of days. Or sort of weeks. Time's hard. So yeah, I had 2 full weeks of like not being able to do wander around fun stuff. And then I crammed 19 museums into the rest of the trip. So yeah, that's a lot of museums. That's effective. You're not wrong. It's me being efficient. Or something. Or something. So, yeah, we're just gonna like summarize the things. Jesse, hello. I appreciate it. Hi nonetheless. It is good to see you. Hopefully you'll be able to stick around longer for future ones. But, we'll always be here. Are we gonna rate the museums based on their compliance with the code? No, we are not going to break out the ICOM code of ethics today. It's tempting. It's sorely tempting. But no, we are creating the perfect tier list based fully and exclusively on my vibes and no other evidence. We're none of this objective standard nonsense. We're just feeling it out. You're gonna get to see some pictures of the museums. I'm gonna talk about a bit about their collections, a bit about, what they are. And then we're gonna completely objectively rank them off of completely subjective evidence. Jesse, I went to, in order, Reykjavik, then Leeds for an academic conference, then I got COVID and was in Leeds unable to do anything, then York, then Cambridge, then Oxford, then The Hague, then Aarhus, Denmark, then Helsinki, then Tallinn, Estonia. The last two were also for a conference, but that did not stop me from seeing museums in those places this time. So I visited 6 countries and 10 cities and went to a lot of museums. Went to a lot of museums in a lot of places. It was a lot of traveling. I don't make good decisions. As it turns out, I get to travel so rarely these days that the moment I get the chance to, it went crazy. Rate them based on how much stuff was appropriately gained? Well, Gazishan, I have excellent news for you. Imperialism does dock them points. Some museums that probably objectively should be very high will be absolutely seething at the end of this. If they weren't imperialist, I wouldn't be docking them points. Then again, there's one that the amount of imperialism would make you think would be extremely low tier that is going to be a surprise. So, do I just have to go to as much stuff as possible? Hey, no. I have to go to as many museums as possible. There is a mighty urge inside of me that says I have a degree in history and another degree in history, and I'm working on a degree in cultural heritage, and collectively that means I have a brand. Like, I know what I like, and what I like is museums, archives, museums, and libraries. Literally, most of you probably know that I'm still in school. Literally, one of my classes this term is museum studies. So, we're gonna call this, me creating a tier list before I have done any of the practical experience of how museums work. Did I get any trinkets there to satisfy everyone's inner gift shop bracket? Not at all of them, because, oh my god, that would be so many trinkets. That would be 19 trinkets, which would be far too many trinkets. But, when it becomes relevant, I'll be pulling things off of my walls to show y'all. You wish you could go back to the museum in Turku Castle? The two little ticket? Oh, highly recommend. Hello, AC. It is you, another museum person. Exactly. You know, look, AC. Label placement, and label quality absolutely gets points. Right? Good label placement is everything. Abysmal label placement is everything. But we're dragging the British Museum today, aren't you excited? And thank you, the anonymous gifter, for giving AC Esquire a tier 1 subscription. Anyway, let's meet our contenders. We'll go through the rankings in order of the order I saw them in, but I've organized them in a way that's somewhat more useful and sensible and smart. Guys, the problem is not affording the trinkets, though that was a little bit of a problem, and the problem was not desiring the trinkets. The problem is that I was gone for 6 weeks, and I did not check a bag. I only had a carry-on and a backpack for 6 weeks of travel. Yeah, if I got 19 trinkets, I'd have to throw away my clothes. And this dude, thank you for gifting Stefan a gift sub. As it was, I nearly had to start throwing some stuff away because the last conference I went to, decided, you know, most conference swag, tote bags, sensible stuff. All those stuff. They decided instead, at the very end of 6 weeks of travel, that they should give me a backpack. A very nice branded backpack. With an extremely distressing dongle on it. But still, an entire backpack. And it's conference swag, so you can't possibly say no, right? You can't say, no, I don't want this conference swag. That's rude. So instead, I'm just stuck right at the very end with a fairly hefty backpack. Surprise. On a full suitcase. A suitcase that was full when I left. So if I had gotten any trinkets, we truly would have been in trouble. Ah, AC, you're not going to the right conferences. My best conference swag was like 4 years ago when they gave me a laser pointer. That was some top tier conference swag. Scottish Museum Alliance conference was a bit meh, okay? Fair. Anyway, let's meet our contenders. Our extremely professional tier list here. I will be pulling up images for all of these places, so they'll be incorporated in, but, you know, that. Oh, Christ, Wolfie, you're at it again. Wolfie gifting 10 more gift subs to everyone who received them. Most of whom are actually here in chat. Congratulations on your emotes. And here we enter our hype train as we meet our contenders. Let's keep the hype rolling. Remember, Cheering bits or gifting subs during this hype train unlocks you completely exclusive emotes and is one of the best ways to help support this channel. So, do consider that if you want those fancy emotes. And before this wraps up, let's meet our contenders. First up, we have organized them by type, rather than by order I visited them. So, in order, we have our Natural History Museums. The Cedric Museum of Natural History in Cambridge, United Kingdom. The Cambridge Zoology Museum, which is a different thing than the Cedric Museum. The Oxford Museum of Natural History. And the Estonian Natural History Museum. Raptors, I see you, Hail Hydrate, and Velith with the 21 months at Tier 1. KJ with the 100 bits. Look at that hype train go. Choo choo. So, I'm just going to make the assumption that people know roughly what these museums are. If you're curious about what I mean by any of these labels, do say so. And this dude with the gift sub to Emily Idrag for 107 total gift subs. Big hype. Alright. Next up, we have our ethnography museums. We've only got 2 contenders on here, though I might be feeling spicy. Chat, how spicy should I get? Should we add the Harvard ones? Because I went to the Harvard ones in June before I left. So should we add the Harvard museums? Oh boy, a spicy take. Let's add the Harvard ones. Harvard Ethnography Museum. Harvard Art Museum. Yeah, we'll do that. Harvard Museum of Natural History. We need a very spicy take. Right. So. Good spicy museum takes. My spicy take is that some of these museums are way too damn big for their actual, value. Because I think there comes a point where it's just impossible, right? Your collections balloon to the point that your budget can't sustain it, and you're not able to get people who are subject matter experts in any of the relevant things. And so some of these museums are actually going to get docked points for being way too big, with one and only one exception. And you probably know which one it is. There's only one museum of this that I think has the resources to endure how big it is. And it's probably pretty easy to guess. But yes, we'll be docking points for being too big for their own good. It's the British Museum. The British Museum is the only one who can sustain itself. This dude got it in one. Which is funny, because the British Museum is by far the biggest of the ones we're talking about today. Anyway. What is an ethnography museum? I think let me just intersperse an image here, but roughly speaking, an ethnography museum is going to be a museum of artifacts from historical and living cultures. Right, many of them will try and do it based on, whatever is, I guess, kind of grouping one culture's stuff together. Well, that's not the only way they can organize things. Let me find a good one. Harvard's Ethnography Museum is a good example to pull up here. Give me just a second. Right, this will often be where there's a lot of indigenous collections. This will often be where there's some of that fun stuff. Did I not get pictures in the... I wonder if I didn't get pictures in the Ethnography Museum. I didn't get pictures in Harvard's Ethnography Museum. Oh, that's very funny. Good job, me. Okay. Let me find a different one. I will say, right, part of the reason why some of the not having pictures is intentional, because I do feel bad about taking pictures of, you know, various cultures' paraphernalia. It feels sometimes a bit weird. But that's okay. Something like this is a from the Cambridge Museum of Archaeology and Anthropology. Right, you can see they just have a quackiedal totem pole just hanging out, and then in each of these cases they have a different culture and artifacts from that culture with a bit about how they collected them. Oh, AC. AC. I've got an aerial to Pit Rivers. I don't want to spoil the fun. The Pit Rivers needs to be saved for the appropriate moment. So, our squad. Then, we have our historical and archaeological museums. Our contenders are the Yorkshire Museum, the Yorkshire City Walls Tower Museum, York Castle Museum, including the Keep. We're going to rope the Keep into it, even though they're technically two separate things with two separate admissions. The Treasurer's House, Barley Hall. Well, hey, York, hashtag roses are white, hashtag FU Lancaster. God, you would think, if you visited York with no context, you would think that the Wars of the Roses were a 100% indubitable York victory. AC. I did go into it, I just forgot to write it down. I also went up to the top of the Minster, and let me tell you, chat, I'm not great with heights, but I'm not bad with them. I had substantial fear that day. I had quite significant, fear. Because, oh boy. What could be scarier? Let me just show you. So, for the record, going up to the top of the tower puts you up here. In order to get up onto the tower, I believe it's from here. From somewhere around here, you have to walk across the lower roof to get into the main tower to go up. So, I mean, let me get the actual photo of it. I went to Yorkshire earlier. Da 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 da. That's inside, that's inside. Where's the Doom walk? No, not there. There it is. This. You have to walk across this. So the main tower is behind me in this photo. So you walk out of this door after going up an incredibly steep spiral staircase, and you walk and you go, don't die, 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 and then you get into another tower, and you have to go up another spiral staircase to get up onto the top of the tower. Now, even though this is like 7-inch thick stone and a nice steel bar, it was about 30 degrees Celsius that day. Those were the days I was in York when the heat wave hit, chat. Right, that giga heat wave that just completely wrecked England for 3 days back in July. I was in York during those days. This was the day before it got really hot. This was the day when it was only hot rather than super hot. I toured the chocolate factory, Emily. Because I could guarantee the chocolate factory was air conditioned. I was like, perfect, sign me up. Nuvina Giotto's Campanina in the middle of summer. That was very stuffy medieval style staircase. Look, St. Peter's. St. Peter's is, to me, is the king of stuffy spiral staircases. Cause, oh boy. York Chocolate Works. Lovely people. They only opened about 10 years back. But lovely people. They have this really tiny small batch chocolate factory, and it was just a little tour of their facilities, which was very small. But they do single source, ethically sourced small batch chocolate, and so they had a tasting at the end of it where they were like, oh yes, here is a row of chocolates. And now we're going to start with the most chocolatey one, and then we're going to work our way on down. Visit your local chocolate tourist spots, folks. Honestly true. I am trying to be better about that this year, of remembering to actually visit the tourist spots in Boston sometimes, because, yeah. But, like, they're lovely. And their best chocolate by far was a 65% Ugandan dark chocolate that it tasted like butter. It was phenomenal. They had the 50% milk chocolate from the same beans, but the milk chocolate is not nearly as good as the dark chocolate. I mean, that's just broadly true. Like, milk chocolate kills the flavor of the chocolate. It just makes chocolate bad. But that 65% Ugandan dark was, real good. Their darkest was, I think, a 90% Ethiopian chocolate. And they were like, how dark do you think this is? I was like, I know, I think this is a 91%. I was like, And they were like, how did you know that? How much chocolate do you eat? And, no comment. No, very carefully, no comment about how much chocolate I eat to be able to exactly nail the chocolate percentages of every single chocolate we tried. Anyway, after that, delay. You know, Yorkshire Museum, York Minster, the basement, not the main church. We're not talking about the churches I visited. I don't feel like tier listing churches. That's weird. I'll talk about them because some of those churches were wild, but it is broadly weird to be tier listing churches. Don't have good vibes. York Castle Museum, including the Keep, even though the Keep is technically separate and not that related. The Treasurer's House, which is right next to York Minster. And Barley Hall, which is their medieval guild hall. You know, chocolate mine in Lviv. That's exciting. Closest actual chocolate factory to you is probably Chicago. There might be one in Milwaukee. Madge, I think there may be one in Milwaukee that'd be closer. I don't remember for sure. Then, next up on our contenders list, Royston. The Royston Town Museum. Arguably one could put this up here, but it feels different. If you've never heard of Royston, that's understandable. Honestly, that's quite reasonable. It's tiny. It's really tiny. We'll talk about it when we get there, but just so we know, this is a good time for a disclaimer of that I am accounting for budget. I am not going to penalize a museum for being tiny and having no money when it is in a town of a couple thousand people. So, you know, this museum has one permanent staff member and like 4 volunteers. And so we are not going to say that they're a bad museum because they have no budget. That'd be mean. We're in the interest of being completely subjective, not in the interest of being mean. So, we are going to compensate for that, and we're going to see how effectively they do the thing despite having no budget. Now, next up, Moesgaard Museum in Aarhus, Denmark. If you've never heard of this one, you should know about this one, because this one freaking slaps. This museum rules. We'll talk about it more when we get there, but no, in the archaeology museum category, this is a strong contender. Next up, we have the Helsinki City Museum. I did not make it to the National Museum of Finland, because I had no money left and it cost money. And I had walked for like 6 miles by that point, so I was pretty burned out by the time I got to that museum. Same thing for the Helsinki Natural History Museum. I saw it, and was like, I could. I'm too tired. So we skipped a couple of museums there, tragically. Just like I skipped the York Art Museum, tragically. Then we have the Old Town Hall Museum in Tallinn, Estonia. And then last up, we just spontaneously added the Harvard Art Museum, which arguably, honestly, better fits with these museums, but it's much smaller than them. Next, our next category of comparison, the Big Museum. I think the category of big museum speaks for itself, because these museums are big. They have everything. Have I ever been to the Egyptian Museum in Turin? I have not. I've actually never been to Turin. It is on the list of places I want to go. I've got some friends who used to study there. But there's loads of places I have not yet managed to go, and that is very much one of them. And then last up, our last category with only a single contender, is the Living History Museum of Archeon in the Netherlands, near Leiden. This one's a bit of a funky category. It's going to be hard to tier. But also shouts to Wolfie1066 for taking me there. But it's clearly a museum. It's a living museum instead of a artifacts museum. So it's got some funky stuff. Magistressa. I don't know if they have any on view, but for somewhere, that's actually closer and more reasonable, Field has a pretty enormous textiles collection. For no discernible reason, they just have them. But yeah, I don't know how many are on view, but worth checking out. AAC has some, and Field has a bunch. So, without further ado, why don't we get started? As I said, we're going to be tiering these, not based on these categories, but based on the order that I went to them. Which means our first one is the Yorkshire Museum. The Yorkshire Museum freaking rules. I'll be honest, chat, immediately highly rated. So, let's talk about what it's actually got. The big thing that it's got is... Actually, let's pull up the thing. Yorkshire Museum. Also, we do need to judge it on the aesthetics of its building. The aesthetics of its building are pretty good. Right, I mean, you went to a museum-flavored museum, that's the aesthetic you go for. That is absolutely the aesthetic you go for. Right, good, solid, Doric neoclassical, chunky building, quality, 19th century, full vibe. Good. In terms of location, by the way, the location it's at is actually awesome. This is literally next door. These are the ruined medieval walls of St. Mary's Abbey. And yeah, they are next door. They are just, you go from here, you walk down this way, you walk down this path, and you're there. Boom. Sadly, not a lot else of this survives. Most everything else of the Abbey is now part of, I think it's the King's Hall, that's actually part of the university. Ruined because of Henry VIII. Honestly, the story of very many things. The story of the churches I visited is that Protestants have bad taste. The story of the churches I visited is that by and large Protestants have very bad taste. We'll talk about that more in one of the last museums we're talking about. In Estonia, because one of them very clearly shows that Protestants have bad taste. I say, as a born and raised Scandinavian Lutheran. Okay, actually, technically German Lutheran, but I moved to Scandinavian Lutheran. Whatever. It's still all ELCA. Anyway, in terms of its collections, these are probably the centerpiece of its collections these days. These are, when you walk in the front door, these guys are the thing you are here to see. These are called the Rysdale Hoard. They were found in 2021, I believe, by metal detectorists. It is a... I believe it's a key with a horse, like the front part of a horse's handle, and then there was like an iron key attached to that. there was a figure of a mounted horseman with a spear that has since corroded away. There was a drop, just like plum weight, in incredible condition, and then this guy, just a guy. He's about that tall, and he's just a guy. And when the metal detectorists found him, he was actually upside down. He was head down in the thing. And they said they were like chipping away, and then he just like rolled over. Just like, surprise, here's a face. Completely unknown who the dude is. Right? Stylistically, you're right. Probably later 1st or 2nd century. Roman, right? Looks stylistically similar to busts of Emperor Hadrian, but in terms of, like, there's no evidence to suggest who this dude is. He's just a dude. And so the entire exhibit around this was just like, hey, what the heck? What the heck? Why would these objects be put in the same place? Why is something suggestive of the military elite and something suggestive of a craftsman be put in the same place? Is this a religious deposition? Is this refugee deposition? Is this something else? Dunno. But they cleaned up all these, and they've got a bunch of objects in it that are designed to sort of contextualize the Rysdale Horde and be like, yeah, this is a really cool, really, really weird thing. Let me find my pictures from it. I really should, chat, we're gonna just do a thing. We're gonna switch what this capture is to this one? No. Sorry, chat. That one. That way I can just tab between them. Ah, heck. Sorry, chat. I goofed. We're just gonna pull the... I don't want to pull that into the main tab. Give me just a sec here. I want to change the studio mode so that I'm not just doxing myself with being able to see all of my photos at the same time. So we're just gonna add a new window capture. To be able to tab over and take a look at those. Perfect. That should fix it. Boom. So good at this Twitch thing, right? Anyway, right, these are how the objects look in general. And then some of the objects contextualizing them are, well... Oh, I didn't get a good picture of the entire exhibit. That was dumb of me. Oh well, some of the ones that contextualize it are like this guy, which has various bronzesmiths, and just a little guy. Just a little guy down there. Oh. Panic. Oh god. There we go. Look at him. He's just a guy. Also, a really lovely bit of Roman calligraphy. Also me. Hello. So, that is just the tip of the iceberg in terms of what this museum has to offer, though. This museum honestly has a lot of features in common with the big museums, because it covers a lot. He did have a hat, Kyra. He also supposedly originally had a hammer and tongs, but they have since corroded away. But anyway, right, this museum has a lot in common with big museums, in that this covers the history of Yorkshire from the Jurassic to the Reformation, is the scope of this museum. And if that feels like a lot of time... Yeah? But there's an ichthyosaur view, so deal with it. And a pliosaur up here. This is a phenomenal ichthyosaur skeleton, by the way. Like... This is like an 80-something% complete ichthyosaur skeleton, which is just ludicrous. So they actually say that this specimen is one of the type models that they use to identify new species of ichthyosaur. It is bonkers. But something that gives them big points, right? Quality of collections aside, they also do have another really lovely guy. That's the wrong button. They have a really lovely guy there. A much smaller ichthyosaur. Anyway, something that gets big props for me in my subjective ranking of museums. God, there are 25 people watching me just gush about the museums I visited? Why are you like this? Technology. Clever use of technology gets big points in my book. Crappy use of technology gets negative points. This is what I call a clever use of technology. What they've got here in their Cretaceous section is they have footprints. Right? They've got dinosaur footprints in the case there. Does ichthyosaur just mean fish lizard? Literally, yes. The Greek does translate to fish lizard. But anyway, what we've got going on here is they've got dinosaur footprints in here, and then they have this set of screens. And they have a near life-size raptor for these footprints that walks over the footprints. Now, I don't know enough to be able to have any sense of what the quality of their imaging is. Right? Is this a plausible look for a raptor? I feel like probably. Am I particularly bothered if it's a bit off? Oh, good, Raptorus. It's not right? No, that makes sense. A Jurassic Park 3 Raptor. Yeah. I think it's a little bit better than that. But yeah, that's fair. That's fair. I don't think it makes it less clever. So, you know, we'll dock a few of the points for not being the best possible reconstruction, but still good use of tech. And it has this like suit, even though it's two screens projecting, you can see my cursor moving as if you can see the thing. It has two screens clearly, but it gives it the effect of being just holographically projected, which was freaking cool. Big fan. Anyway, next up. They have big Roman sections, right? They then proceed in order, Rome, they arbitrarily divide things into Roman, Anglian, Viking, medieval, Tudor. It makes literally no sense. I asked the the folks who were on staff there, like, why? And they're just like, we just needed to do stuff? So Roman. Anglian being, pre-Viking, so, right, pre-Viking English. Yeah. Yeah. But yeah, look, I mean, incredible Roman gallery. Top tier stuff. I am a little bit on the portrayal of human remains. Like, yeah, hi Constantine. Did you miss him? But right, human remain warning, obviously. Let's just put a blanket warning of this entire stream. Human remain warning. There are human remains in most of these museums. Any of them that did interesting things with those human remains, I do probably have a picture of. So if that makes you feel squick, that is completely reasonable. But yeah, right, human remains, human remains, human remains. There's quite a few human remains on this. I don't feel great about it, even though they are long ancient, right? It's not like these are, it's not like there are people of these cultures that this would be desecration of their remains still around. They, mostly are, over 1,000 years old. But yeah, some of the ethnography museums did some nice stuff with that, to be like, maybe we feel squick about this. So just, be aware that that's a thing. With that note, I'm about to tab over back to human remains because I want to highlight their labels. And their labels are really good. The label reads, "This skull belongs to a man. Mineral traces in his teeth and bones indicate that he came from a hot environment where he enjoyed a diet almost wholly comprising animal protein. His facial features imply that he looked quite different to the local population. Similar traits are found amongst the, I would change this word to Amazigh, people who inhabit parts of North Africa. These people are known to have traveled extensively within the empire in the Roman period. This man may also have traveled a long way before arriving in Eboracum. Many of the finest mosaics in the Roman world still survive in North Africa. Ancient sources tell us that expert mosaic makers traveled the empire to meet the demand of wealthy patrons. Did this man come to Eboracum in search of work? Perhaps he designed one of the many beautiful mosaics unearthed here? Moi. Like, that is a textbook museum label right there. It's a little bit wordy. It's just a smidge wordy. I would, if you could cut 20 words out of that, I'd be thrilled. But yeah, that is the quality of labels. We can get even better. They have a full human skeleton here, but during construction of the York to Scarborough Railway Bridge in 1901, workmen discovered a large stone coffin close to the River Ouse on Sycamore Terrace. Inside was a skeleton accompanied by an array of unusual and expensive objects. This chance find represents one of the most significant discoveries ever made from Roman York. Apart from the question, there's a lot of small detailed labels that are a bit long. But 5'4", not even 20. Investigation of her facial characteristics suggests she may have been of mixed North African ancestry. So the reconstruction, Ivory Bengal lady. It's phenomenal. Yeah, there would be some nitpicks here, but the problem is, right, if you want clear labels, that means bigger text, and the problem with bigger text is that it takes more space, and so at some point you just have to make choices. There's another there's one more really brilliant label that I want to show you. This person was around 25 when they died. They were buried in the nearby town of Caractonium, modern Caderic, in the 4th century. Through analysis of their bones, archaeologists have identified that this person had male sex attributes. The grave goods discovered alongside them are unusual, as these items are typically found with female remains. They include a jet bracelet, necklace, bracelets, and a copper anklet. During their life, this person may have chosen to be a priest or Gallus in the cult of the goddess Cybele. Leaders of this cult castrated themselves and wore traditionally female clothing and jewelry in honor of the goddess. We do not know where this person was born, but they may have traveled to Britannia to spread the word of this Eastern religion. Alright, Raptors, we'll be here for a while, so, evidently. We're an hour in and we've done one museum. We might be here for a while. That is textbook museum labels. That is optimal museum labeling for human remains. That is unbelievably right. It's recognition of, contemporary social issues and how those intersect with history. It is cognizant that gender identities are complex and that that defaulting on use of pronouns is making an ideological choice. It's not something neutral. It is creating a plausible interpretation for the skeleton and for the remains and identity of this person without being presumptuous. And generally, it is just doing a really good job on tying those threads of contemporary diversity and historical diversity together. And it is very, very good. And it's done in a way that is nice, concise, clear, and pleasant to read. Literally, I have no comments. The label writing team at this museum are the goats. So, let's speed through some of the rest of this, because I do want to get to other museums, but I think it's worth taking the time on the first one, because this is a high-tier one. This is the Yorkshire Museum. In terms of some of their other stuff that I particularly like, one of our best preserved early medieval helmets. The goldwork. The frickin'... The insanity of this medieval gold and sapphire pendant. Like, it's... The two sides of it are... It's got the birth and the crucifixion. I believe it's sapphire. And then, we continue to give them big points for manipulables. I want to talk about this room. So this room is about their late medieval feasting culture. Firstly, shoutouts to having a replica of this tapestry. This tapestry is awesome. But, we speak about manipulables. Their gimmick here is, in all of these things of different bits of feasting culture, in the center they have a table set out with some spices that were used in the period that are attested in recipe books that you can smell. And the labels have, or I think it's in here, in the medieval herb menu, which looks like a modern menu, but that's fine, has riddles about what each of these are, to give hints of what they are. And then in the back it has the list of what they are. And so yeah, you can take a sniff at them and see what they've got. It's rosemary, mint, cinnamon, cloves, nutmeg, and ginger, by the way. I.e., pumpkin spice season. But, you know, nutmeg comes from a couple of islands in the Middle Ages, right? A couple of islands in Southeast Asia. It starts with a B, I think. God. Cinnamon comes from India. Cloves are being imported from China. Ginger is being imported from China and lots of places, but they specifically highlight that as coming as far away as China and northern China at that. So, that's a really fun manipulable. Banda Islands. Yes, thank you, Magistressa, for being my brain, because it's not. I was not being my brain, so. Alright, I'm hailing the Hydrites. Oh. I think this is an S tier museum. Like, it doesn't have the most stuff, or right, it doesn't have the hugest collections, but it's got a nice big array of collections. It has a nice strong focus on Yorkshire itself. So that kind of helps constrain it into a form that's reasonable. It has some really impressive items, and honestly, the two things that make this an S tier museum for me is, one, the digital, right, the use of digital and manipulable bits to enhance the museum experience is really good. And right, there's also a point where you can run around on the mosaic. Right, they just say take off your shoes and then you can run around on the mosaic. It's fine. And two, the label writing. The label writing is a masterclass on how to do human remains, how to describe human remains thoughtfully. Well, there's a couple of places where I quibble with individual words. It's quibbling with individual words. I can't really fault them with that. Excellent stuff. Absolutely excellent stuff. Next up. I think this is, York Walls Tower Museum. I think it's like the Fishergate Tower or something. This was a tiny little thing. It's not any of the big keeps. It's one of the little gatehouses, near to Clifford's Tower, which is the big keep. Weirdly, I didn't get good pictures in it, so let's just click back over here while I try to see what I can find. Alright, Roman, Gazician. Thank you for the well wishes. We do have a few pictures in here, though. Yeah. Weirdly, I didn't get ones of the name of it. Which feels very strange. I don't know why I didn't do that. Yeah, I think it is actually called the Fishergate Tower. It's not at Micklegate Bar. It's over around the corner, Here, let me pull up the York City Walls map, and I'll just zoom in on it. It's right here. So right, you have Fishergate Bar right there, and then this tower was open as a little museum. And then York Castle is right across the way. Micklegate's way the heck down here. Like, I didn't go there. So yeah, as this teeny tiny tower was being run as just a free little pop-in museum thing. It's honestly quite nice, actually. It was used for the steward of the bar in the Tudor period. And so you get like this little showing of how it works. Right, they had a little nice model there. It's honestly quite lovely. It actually is a working mini. They just said, please don't pull on this so you don't break the whole thing. But you can actually open and close the portcullis. It's quite lovely. It's a good manipulable. That being said, I do have problems with... They also had a little gallery dedicated to things that they found from the excavations. And so, right, they just have one little display case. Going from the Roman period all the way through to late medieval stuff. Or all the way out through Victorian stuff, actually. Good collection. Some good stuff. Lot of text. Lot of text here. Which is not bad, because it's also got good excavation images. But the big draw of what they've got is the history of the walls. Right, so they have the history of the walls and their restoration. You see, this is quite a lot of writing. Quite a lot of writing. The fact that they have sheets you can take is nice, gets people flowing in and out of the space a bit better. But, I mean, there's a lot. It's pretty cool though, right? Highlight some of the places where Victorians made decisions. But, you know, it was the Archbishop of York that actually bullied everyone into actually repairing the walls and turning them into a walking path. So, big props to them. Less props to them for having fake, nonsensical, what's his face? The little, like, stands. Oh god, what are words? What are words? These. Wherever the heck these are. Not right. The crenellations. That's the word. The little fake crenellations that don't actually make sense or Merlins. But yeah, little fake crenellations that don't actually make sense that you'll see all over the walls. Now, I do need to dock points quite substantially for what they helpfully labeled as the Dark Ages curtain. Which you can actually see, right there. This is... Look at their Dark Ages curtain. Don't feel lovely about that. Nope, that's going the wrong direction, I think. Yeah. So, yeah. Yeah. I'm going to be petty and dock points for that. Yeah, I am absolutely going to do that. Even though some of the objects that they're using are cool. The legendary King Arthur and the Knights of the Round Table, question mark? I mean, some of the objects they got here are cool, but you know, at the same time, King Arthur and Dark Ages. Yes, it is displayed via pushpin. It's on corkboard. It is displayed with textile, then corkboard, and then stuff on it. At the same time, right? One of the things I just said was that we are not going to. Lamort Arthur was a long time post Alfred, but they're using the Annales Cambriae and its mention of King Arthur as their attestation date for King Arthur. No, they didn't have a medieval fabric. It's linen, right? Across the top there's some linen. So there's actually a reason why we're mentioning King Arthur, and that is that King Arthur is recognizable. Right? Realistically, it's just that King Arthur is recognizable, and so it's a good way to kind of orient people who are just hanging out, right? Have no knowledge of the walls, are just tourists, don't know a lot of history, and okay, we orient them. Oh, King Arthur is here. You're fine. Realistically, whatever, right? There comes a point, just like where you make your dinosaur look a little bit more Jurassic Parky than best practice reconstruction. It's not ideal, because theoretically a museum should be able to engage people in different ways to help produce a more nuanced understanding, but at the same time, they're not exactly working on a masterpiece of budget here. This is the York Archaeological Trust, I believe. Maybe it's even the City Walls Trust. But it's just not the end of the world. This is a volunteer organization. This is a pop-up free museum. There comes a point where we can't do too much. I am going to ding them for not doing due diligence on, Dark Ages. And, we can actually make some pretty solid, educated guesses about what the walls are looking like and doing in this period. But, meh. I think that's a C tier. Let's correct this. Fishergate, Postern, Tower. Right. You could have done a little bit more, especially since they said that they consulted with the city archaeologist on some substantial chunks of this. If they have access to that expertise, they should leverage it a bit more, and I think updating it, it feels small and cheap, and I mean it is cheap in that it is literally free admission. Right, this is pretty much what you expect. You can't really give it a whole lot higher than this because it is a volunteer. It's a volunteer project. It's not a professional museum, and that means from a museum design standpoint, it's not done up particularly well. Now, it does have some serious spatial issues, namely the fact that this is a tiny tower that has 4 floors. Tiny, tiny tower, and just go up. And so, right, you have like 3 floors and then a little thing on the ground floor. So, we do have some serious space and design requirements. But I think they could do more to just update the language, make things more visually appealing, less text heavy, and just spice it up a bit, right? It could deal with some spicing up to bring it up the lists, even within its budget constraints. Next up, the York Minster basement. Notably, I am not talking about York Minster. York Minster is enormous. Like, oh boy. Let's just... York Minster is gargantuan. Largest Gothic cathedral north of the Alps, and it has its own police force. Now, they do have a little bit of an exhibit on the design of the St. Cuthbert windows, and the restoration of these 15th century stained glasses. But, you know... This is the Chancery. This is just the Chancery. But, here at the bottom, we have our actual exhibit that we can actually talk about. So, in the basement of the museum, they have a little bit of a history of the site and the restoration work to keep the entire York Minster from caving in on itself for being too heavy. And so that means, right, we actually have a Roman site, because the edge of the Roman Principia, the main building, is directly underneath York Minster. And so there's a fresco at the height of... They actually, like, reinstalled the fresco and pieced it back together, of what survives, and installed it at the height of the Roman Principia, below ground level. I am going to ding it for saying Anglo-Saxon. Yorkshire Museum says Anglian for the same period, which is wonky, but we do love it. The object is freaking incredible. A Norse elephant ivory horn. The object is insane. The labels are functional. Like the labels are, like, actually good. There's, again, quibble with the word choices. But... The labels are well designed, they're aesthetically pleasing, they're informative, they have good use of the images to highlight things where you don't necessarily want the objects themselves. And yeah, that's an object. it's oof. It continues. 13th century. Bishops' objects. And then, right, the big thing they've got going for them. The York Gospels. The York Gospels are crazy. Did I dress up as a bishop? I did not dress up as a bishop. Tower, 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 tower. Tower, 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 tower. Okay, back down. More books. And then they have they had a celebration related to the Queen's Jubilee. And so they had a bunch of things related to royal presence at York Minster. A little bit of a relic of the Norman Minster. This is a bit scattered because I had to like bail to go actually climb the tower. But Queen Ethelberga, who very important Northumbrian queen, obviously historic pageant. Notably, I have a picture zooming in on it. Elizabeth Regina. Oh god, Charger Hand. Anything but Charger Hand. Music. Spooky Charger Hand. Music. Oh god, look at that hand. Truly a masterpiece. An absolute masterpiece of being completely illegible. That's not metal. I'm like 90% sure this is wax, AC. TVH not about as random Welsh grad from Dingus though? Well, I mean fair. Also still better than Thomas Aquinas. Music. Appeals to government, the present from Ashley Queen Elizabeth II. Yay. Elizabeth de Gracia Anglia et Francia. Also a seal, a charter of Queen Elizabeth. And textiles. I think this was from the coronation of Queen Elizabeth II. Don't quote me on that. I did not get the picture with enough oomph to be able to read it. Oh, sorry. Sorry, not Elizabeth II. King George III. I remember there's a coronation of somebody. Worn by Thomas Sacker, Archbishop of Canterbury, at the coronation of King George III. I live in Boston. Mischievous tea noises. Oh good, we're actually moving on then. That's the last one for this. So. Realistically, meh. The objects are incredible. The big problem this thing has going for it, or going against it, is that it is in the basement where all the structural support work is. And so there are just some really big problems of structure and narrative, because you have to wind around the concrete that is holding the building up. It's kind of an issue. It's an understandable issue. But, like, realistically, yeah, the objects are what the museum has going for it, or what this collection has going for it. And those objects are magnificent. But there's so few of them that it's not really building a complete picture of the history of the cathedral, so much as it's telling you the history of the cathedral with a couple of illustrative pieces. I would love to see an adjacent building converted into the history of the Minster, so you can really just let this focus on telling this story through a wealth of objects rather than a couple things that were uncovered in the excavation. The Roman section with the Principia and the fresco from the Principia in the site that it would have been, at the height it would have been, is a phenomenal choice. But the rest of it all mainly has the problem of the rest of York Minster. The rest of York Minster is kind of an issue. Like, you don't have a realistic way to deal with it. Alright. Next up, chat. The Treasurer's House. House York. Zoe, because it's so much more magnificent than the collection. Right, the museum part of York Minster is pretty underwhelming compared to the rest of York Minster. So, let's hit that, that's just... This tells me enough. Right, so this Treasurer's House is named the Treasurer's House because it's where, before the dissolution of the monasteries, it's where the Treasurer of York Minster lived. What it actually is a 19th century eccentric slash extremely wealthy industrial tycoon named Mr. Green. Bought up the property, converted into his ideal house, and then he left all of his furniture there. He bequeathed the house to the National Trust on the condition that they didn't move his furniture collection. No, that's not a joke. That's just how that works. Now, to be fair, it's good furniture. It goes, the oldest of it is, I believe, 17th century. Some of it goes... But yeah, his grandfather made a coal economizer that made the family extremely wealthy. But you know, it's a house. The properties do go back to late Middle Ages, and so were restored as such. Though, this Great Hall is fake. It's not a... What do you mean a mummy in the center of this crown? Oh, different house. Gotcha. I was like, there's no mummy in this house. What? But yeah. This Great Hall, including this head, is not real. And most of the art in it is not real. Right, so he created to be stylish. He created the Great Hall out of the medieval properties in order to be stylish, which honestly valid. And he got prints of big art, but he was not an art collector. He was a furniture collector. And so he just got prints and didn't work. So I think this is in the Louvre? Question mark? It's a portrait of King James. I've seen the original. I can't remember where I saw the original. But it's a portrait of King James. This one is real, though. This is Netherlandish Renaissance. And then we get some nice fancy things. And a random boat that he got. And lovely, lovely Palladian chandelier. This is actually an original Palladian chandelier. It has now been refitted for, it was refitted for electricity. But yeah, this is extremely fine Venetian glass, I think. Anyway, this guy was a local weirdo with a lot of money, but he had friends in high places. He had friends in extremely high places. Just appreciate some of these. The quality of the weirdness of the embroidery and the clock. But right, he was friends with King Edward the 7th, so, you know, turn of the 20th century. And also, he was an antiquarian of sorts, and so, this is actually from a different house, right? The pattern on the wall is from a different house. That is actually a medieval style. And then he has a very nice garden. And that's it. The tour was actually very lovely. Right, they did tours. You can only get through it by tour. They did tours every half hour. I got the very last one of the day. Tour guide was lovely. Really, kind of sold it a lot. Obviously told some stories that are kind of But that's okay. I think this is a solid B tier museum. Rich weirdo houses always make for interesting museums. Doesn't necessarily always make for good museums, but they always make for interesting museums. And we do love just getting to hang out with some rich weirdos and hear about how rich and how weird they were. He had like 4 Rolls Royces. When his chauffeur retired, his retirement present was one of the Rolls Royces. Cardiff Castle is technically a rich weirdo house museum. Exactly, I see. Cardiff Castle also rules. Like, that's an A-tier museum right there. Cardiff Castle is an easy A-tier museum. I haven't been there in a hot second, though. Speaking as a hopefully future rich weirdo, I will be consulting you on my house/museum. I see. What have I signed myself up for? Oh no. Oh. Look, my opinion is you should always be in museum mode. Like, I'm sorry. That's not a switch that turns off in my brain. I am just full museum goblin all the time. so I don't know what this going museum mode is. That's just my existence. Alright. Next up. York Castle Museum. We're going to include the keep with this. Why did I do that? I'm not ready to rank it yet. But technically they're two different things. York Castle Museum is an old prison. No, that's not the York Castle Museum. Where's the exterior of the York Castle Museum? Oh, there it is. Perfect. That's right, that's the main building of the York Castle Museum back there. It is a kinda wonky... kinda wonky museum. I'm not really sure how to describe it, because it's like sometimes a local... It's got some features of like a local history museum. Like just things through the ages, collections of stuff. Very helpful. Honestly, actually, it does. I mean, there is a castle next to it. Clifford's Tower is next to it, and that is the actual castle. But this, I think, sums it up pretty well. John Kirk was a doctor in Pickering, North Yorkshire in the early 20th century. Visiting rural patients, he observed everyday life being rapidly transformed by the modern world. He began collecting bygones to record an older way of life that was passing away. To these, he added extraordinary artifacts from around Britain and beyond. The Kirk household soon filled with objects which become the founding collection of York Castle Museum. What it actually means is that instead of charging money for his doctor's visits as he toured around on his bicycle being a doctor in the turn of the 20th century, is that he would, if they couldn't pay, he'd be like, give me something weird you own. And he had a keen eye for just weird stuff they owned, and would just yoink random folk objects. To the point that there's a store, it's supposedly, the locals would hide all of their family heirlooms whenever he was going to come calling, because he would ask for them instead of money. So this museum is officially termed a collection of weird shit. Also, yeah, this is a serpent. It's an early modern horn. I guess late medieval and early modern horn. That has some woodwindy features, but is also a horn. And just goes, they're delightful. I love them so much. Serpents are one of my favorite. Right, if I ever had spending money to just get a weird instrument, realistically, I'd probably be getting more horns that I could actually play. But at some point, I would totally get a serpent. At some point, I would 100% get a serpent. I mean, I've already got a couple of weird instruments. I fucked up the restoration, so it just sits at my parents' house right now. But I have a C-saxophone from 1927. So, like, I don't know. I have weird instruments. I can keep going for that. If you want spending money for a weird instrument, you get a hurdy-gurdy. Solid taste, but use stringed instruments. I kid, my brother is very good at stringed instruments. I can't actually say I hate them. But I am a wind player through and through. Anyway, the other big thing that the York Castle Museum has going for it, it has a bunch of rooms like this that are like sets from different centuries, right? So it just creates a set of furniture from various centuries with a little fake diary entry talking about, oh, what's changed in this century in the style. It also has a bunch of, like, weird collections, like, you know, y'all will appreciate the fashion one. We're gonna skim through it, but, you know, historical fashion. So much historical fashion. Oh, good. Skipped some of them. Got some of them, skipped some of them. Then went on household work. And mutoscopes and such. And then, the centerpiece of the whole museum is their Victorian street. Just in the museum. Just there. Just hanging out. Having a good time. And of course I took a picture of this because I have a brand, that brand is Iceland. Not that actually, you know, that particular stuff, but it was very funny that this is a real thing. This is a real chocolate that was being made in the late 1800s from one of the premier York chocolatiers, H.I. Rowntree. It is a milk chocolate with extract of Icelandic moss on it. Now, Icelandic moss is starvation food in Iceland, so the idea that this is being used as a digestive chocolate is freaking hysterical. Anyway, then they had an exhibit, well, they had several exhibits. They had one on World War I, I believe. They had one about the prison. They had one about the 1960s. And then it was, there's just one species, Zoe. It's, Lichen Icelandicus, I believe, is its scientific name. So it is the Icelandic lichen. That is the type of moss. Yeah. They had an exhibit on the 60s. And then they had things about the prison that were meh. So, obviously, wild array of stuff. Oh yeah, I was including the keep on that. Clifford's Tower. Clifford's Tower is round. It's, you know, usually you have like a square with towers on it. Tower, 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 tower. Tower, 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 tower. With then a square between them. This is more like a blob and a blob and a blob and a blob, and they do overlap with each other. They did restoration work, so you can actually see the interior. Hi, Pigeon. And then they turned it into a roof deck. You can see how round it is up here. Just an absolute unit. And then the chapel. The chapel was nice. That's later. Oh, I didn't put that on the list. We're gonna put that in the Weird Living History one, because I can't believe I forgot about that one. That's got a nice chapel. So, you may or may not have broken into the mod to see the sunrise with my Pantheon Society. Nice. Proud of you. Honestly, this I think is also a B tier. I'm tempted to put it lower just for the sheer incoherence, but each part of the museum was designed reasonably well. I didn't love the prison stuff because they did the classic thing where they had community theater actors pretend to be famous people who were kept and or executed in the prison, in the cells, and to have this incredibly stilted performance at the audience about what terrible things they did. There was also some really good stuff. Bringing the highlighting like graffiti carved into the prison, some cool stuff with the complaints prisoners would send to the crown, or to the local magistrate to be like, help, they're abusing us. But overall I didn't love that. But a lot of the rest of the exhibits were individually really well done. It's just, what do you do with a museum that is talking about so many different things, right? got a Victorian street. It's got an exhibit on fashion. It's got an exhibit on the 1960s. It's got an exhibit on the prison. It's got an exhibit on just like furniture and domestic life through the ages. It's got an exhibit on toys and technological marvels. It's got too many things going on. So it's hard to feel like it's a museum of anything. And really has kept that original essence of a museum of whatever we have in our pockets. Like, and it's a very large collection, so there's a lot of things in their pockets, but it is a little bit a museum of whatever we have in our pockets. And so I don't feel like it's a bad museum, right? I don't feel like it's certainly better than some of these. But it's also really disjointed, and I think that keeps it from being any higher on the list. The keep itself is also, right, I mean, there's very little there. They do have audio bits about the history of the keep in each of the things, but since it's a big open room, it's a bit funky, right? With it being a single big open... Oh, I was not on the right tab. Sorry, chat. It's going into B tier. Surprise. Anyway, right, with it being a so open concept, in that it's just 4 big chunks, having audio tours that are not headphones, but instead just playing out of displays, is a bit weird, and they're slow. They're slow and they're really long, and just be chill. It got exploded during the English Civil War. Most things in York got exploded during the Civil War. Most of them got restored to be not mostly empty. You are not going to miss the Pit Rivers if you shower for 15 to 20 minutes, because I still have to do Cambridge. Also, I forgot to include this one. I think this is the second to last museum in York. I went to a lot of museums in York. I went full museum goblin. Let's just be clear. Let's do that first. Now, the Jorvik Viking Center takes some explanation. So, in the 1970s, when they were doing expansions on Coppergate Market, they dug down, and so, right, a big shopping center wanted to build a thing there. So they dug down, and found this. Yes, self-care is important, Emily. Please go do that. Okay, that was it while it was under construction. This is what it looks like now. Yeah, 8 p.m. Probably not going to be back 8 p.m. Central Time. Probably not still going to be going. So yeah, what they found is a Viking Age street in incredible condition. And so, yeah, the National Trust was like, oh, let's take like 6 months. We'll do some excavations and we'll get back to you. 8 years later, they were still doing excavations because they kept finding stuff. And they're just like, can we just buy the building off you? And they grumbled a bit. And then they sold them the entire building. And so they removed all the stuff. They laid out this nice floor. They put all the stuff back. And so this is as it was found pretty much in situ. Luck? Realistically, why is it in such good condition is dumb luck. There are so many sites that are also urban that are not nearly in as good of a condition. But, yeah, they were kept in phenomenal form. So you can actually still see, like right here, that was where a hearth fire was. That's why it's a different color than the bit right next to it. And you can still see traces of what was being burned in the hearth fire. And that's a house. And all of this is its backyard. And then over here is another house. And over here is another house. And so they get displays about the excavations and about what's going on. And they have people wandering around in period garb. And in one of their back cabinets, they've got some of the beads from the finds, some of the smaller stuff. But then, one might ask, looking at this, which is, fine. Why did I call this a living museum? This is why. They went, that wasn't cool enough. Let us reconstruct the town of Coppergate. Right, the Viking Age Coppergate. With animatronics. Dressed up in either period reconstructions or replicas of the actual finds we have found. And we will lay out the houses more or less where the foundations of the Viking Age houses are. And we will put a car, right, hanging from the ceiling, fits 8 people, car, with then audio tours, just like studio headphones, sitting here, right? You just sit in the chair, and it's got a speaker here and a speaker here that's going to talk you through it. And it's going to go on a ride for about 10 minutes. You can see the card in front of me right there. And they're just going to go through, and they're going to tell you about it. Some of the finds, some of the people. And the people are going to talk at you, because they're animatronics and can be programmed to do that. And then after you get off that, you get hits of the actual, a bunch of the artifacts, including human remain warnings. Once again, shoutouts to making racists very mad. We love it. We love it. Viking Age man in Jorvik. Of African or what we would identify as mixed race ancestry. Quality using museum labels and specimens to make racists mad. We love it. And yeah. By the way, this is not the original, but I found a piece of silk with a cross in it of this color. Just so you know. Purple silk from Viking Age Coppergate. It's bonkers. Bonkers. So, why is this not S tier? Literally, there are academic articles about this guy. They're Arab, right? They have one Arabic trader who is the first person you see on the ride in Coppergate. There are literally articles about this guy and his placement. Not super complimentary articles either. Other things, right? Continuing squick about the display of human remains. And so overall, I think this is the case, more of it being something very interesting than it per se being, like, tippy-top, super cool, right, best possible design. I think there's definitely room for improvement, but it's improvement in fairly small ways. Bug me later, Zoe? Bug me later, is how you might find those articles. So yeah. We're giving this one a very solid A-tier museum. Right. It is very experimental and very funky, and I am a big fan. But I think the concept has room to be iterated on. Then, last up, we are making decent time here, honestly. It doesn't feel like it because we're still in York, but we are making decent time. Oh, by the way, chat, this is the chocolate I had. Cocoa butter, just cocoa, stupidly dark chocolate, pretty dark chocolate, two different dark chocolates, and a milk chocolate. I don't remember exactly which one was which. I think this one was from Zimbabwe, this one is from Uganda, this one is from Uganda. Or these two are from Uganda? One of them is Ethiopian, one of them is from Zimbabwe, one of them is Colombian, and two of them were from Uganda, I think. Anyway, just a side note, because chocolate. Last up, Barley Hall. Barley Hall is a medieval, what was originally constructed by one of the monastic orders, just like needed a house in York. And so they bought a house in York, and they built Barley Hall. It was then owned by someone else, including the Lord Mayor of York for a while. And so now it was restored as a museum. It is one of the largest medieval properties in York. And is restored up, right? There we go. Henry I established Nostell Priory, Augustinian Monastery. And yeah. Etc, etc. William Snossel becomes important. Who is he is briefly the Lord Mayor, I believe. Anyway, etc, 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 etc. Really cool history, actually. Gets restored from 1987 to 1993, and then is still in good shape. But as you can see, restored again to a fairly medieval thing. They were unfortunately in the middle of transferring exhibits from one about witchcraft to one about Shakespeare. So it was a bit all over the place. Some of the objects had to... Oh, cat. That was later. But yeah, they had some things about like Merlin, and witchcraft, and magic spells, and then some stuff about Shakespeare, and so unfortunately they were kind of in the middle of transferring things. I thoroughly enjoyed my time with it. I think that's a B-tier museum. I think it's above York Castle Museum. I think it's below Treasure's House because Weird Rich Person is excellent. So we're gonna put it there. Right, we're gonna put it right in the middle of B tier. Solidly museum out of 10. Just for you, Magistressa. A friend. Alright. Next up on the list. I have to get through all the pictures of nature. Though, when I say pictures of nature, I do mean pictures of nature. So basically, after leaving York, I went, instead of staying in Cambridge proper, I stayed... Oh, I don't have any pictures of it. That is the one that barged into my room, yes. Anyway, where was that thought going? Oh yeah, that thought is me going that I need to switch tabs. I don't have any pictures of the Royston City Museum. We'll see if we can get this. If you've never heard of the town of Royston, it is famous for two and only two things. Oh good, there's the museum. That's a better picture of the museum. No, it's not, because it has literally -3 pixels. Okay. Be that way. None of these have... Okay, that is the one with the most pixels. There was an event going on. I don't feel great about publicizing them through the event. Oh, okay. Wow. Truly not a single good picture about this museum. Incredible. Anyway, this town has all of two things going on in it. And that is, firstly, in the 17th century, King James I really liked the town, really liked the heath outside of the town, more accurately, and used it as a hunting ground. So he had a big lodge there. Most of the city center is the King's Palace. And past that, yeah, once he died, it fell immediately out of favor and continued to be a small, mostly agricultural, with small bits of industrial town. And that was the end of the train line going to Cambridge for a while. And that was it. But the other thing it had going for it was actually earlier, in that it has a very weird cave. So, this museum, the collections did actually did not look like this when I was there. It actually had fewer things on display, but basically covers from the Neolithic to the present day. And it had a case over here, and then a thing along the back wall, and then some farm implements around there. It is a single room. I mean, you can actually see it, right? Like there's the exit. There's the exit right there. So yeah, I wound up actually not taking any pictures of it. I'm not sure why. That was weird of me. That doesn't feel right. That super doesn't feel right. Did it not upload my pictures? Hang on a minute. I thought for sure I'd taken pictures of it. Maybe they were just all bad? I mean, that's definitely an option. Maybe the pictures were just all terrible. Yeah? Alright. No, I didn't take pictures of it in it. Wild. Okay. Well, see you later, Magistressa. But yeah. The other thing it's got going for it is a very funky cave. And when I say funky, I mean funky. It's a Neolithic shaft mine that has carvings in it from the Middle Ages. Most of them are probably maybe 13th century. Plus a lot of graffiti, right? A lot of graffiti. But you know, there's just a lot happening. The town of Royston is super duper invested in the idea that this cave was a chapel for the Knights Templar. Which, to be fair, the town of Royston and the surrounding vicinity did have multiple Templar hospitality sites. Like, the Templars did have little outposts in this part of the country. Let's give them that credit. They are equally invested in the concept that the Templars were very bad at Christianity and were doing definitely heretical stuff. I am, you know, less than persuaded. Right, exactly, right? You see, the argument is, of course, that the Templars had their official chapel, which is wooden and didn't survive or whatever, and then this is where they did the spooky nonsense. Very few people have published on this. There's not been a lot of research on it. It's a funky cave. Pretty much all you can say about it is that it is a funky cave that has some very obviously Christian carvings and some less obviously. Right, I mean, St. Catherine has the wheel, crucifixion scene, another crucifixion scene. Some of the saints are very thoroughly identifiable, and then there's some things that they're like, oh, this is a thing. Right, I don't buy it. As you can see, you go in here, you look around, and you leave. And they only let in like 30 people to preserve the chalk, because the chalk is in horrible... I mean, it's chalk. Like most of England, the actual soil is garbage. Extremely garbage. The Heath is one of the best preserved pieces of chalk grassland in the UK. And it's real bad. Not a lot grows there. And so it's all very fragile and crumbles easily, and too many people walking through it is bad for the cave. So I didn't actually get to go in because it was closed on one of the days, the only day I had time to go in, but you know, it's a cave. So, all that is to say, we do need to rate the Royston Town Museum somehow. And, like, objectively, this is the worst museum I went to. In terms of quality... No, that's... I don't know that that's true. Objectively, right, this is the weakest one. As I said, though, this has, like, 1 or 2 paid staff members. They're working with a huge amount of time in a very small geographic area and just being like, what are we supposed to do? And they've got like 2 staff members and a couple of volunteers. So we can't punish them too hard. There does come a point where you can't just have... I can't in good faith rate it much higher than this because I would never recommend this one over the Jorvik Viking Center, right? But it's doing a fair job with the resources it has available. Right? They've got an interesting selection of objects. The labels are minimal, but the ones that there are reasonably well written. They do have a digital manipulable about the history of the town, and just like highlighting different moments like the early English burial, actually highlighting the Bronze Age burial mounds and the early English burial that was found on the Heath, and a couple of other King James's palace, you know, a couple important points on the timeline. So right, they've got good pieces. It's just that their budget is really low, and so it's hard to necessarily put those together into the most compelling narrative possible. Alright. Now it's time for more museums. Our first proper natural history museum. The Cedric Museum of Earth Sciences. Firstly, the front door of this place is insanity. That's the front door, not that. And then you get inside of it, and this is a lot of museum. You walk into this museum, and you know you are in a museum. Right, this is a museum that feels like it is a museum. And when I say it feels like a museum, I mean you are going to be walking around a lot of cases. Now, I'll be honest. These cases are incredibly aesthetic, right? These cases are an extremely strong aesthetic. I loathe them. I despise these cases. Because the thing is, as cool as it is in principle to have these old Victorian cabinets that cases are in, and this was very much, the actual style, this photo, as tiny as it is, honestly sums it up really well. Let's zoom in. We'll take a look at this minuscule photo. You know what the problem is with this minuscule photo is? I mean, besides the pixels. The pixels are a bit of an issue, but it's got a more fundamental issue. The space it is portraying has a fundamental issue. It all looks the same. I mean, from that view, you can't see any of that actual stuff, yeah, but, I mean, sure. Do that. This one actually also shows it. Look at how deep these shadows are. Right? I mean, yeah, from that photo you couldn't see a damn thing of the objects, but here, you can actually see the objects in this. Look at how deep the shadows are. These heavy cases suck the light out of the building. It's so hard. Even you need intravitrine lighting here in order for things to look even okay. But so much of this museum is so dark. And there's nothing I hate more in a modern museum than it feeling dark and heavy. I'm going to be repeating that complaint a lot. Because, I mean, as cool... on the flip side, the objects are pretty cool. Just saying. Right, once we get past the rest of it, the objects are pretty cool. Have trilobites will travel? Have meteorites will travel? Have a giant freaking carboniferous millipede will travel? Fish. Have phenomenally preserved pterodons? Like, what the heck? That's not fair. What do you mean is preserved that well? Have an Irish red elk? Okay, that's the next one. And so yeah, each of these cases does like different geologic eras, and so you go around the museum and it goes from Precambrian to the very end, to Quaternary, and then has an exhibit on the end about Darwin. For whatever reason, like every natural history museum in the UK I went to had an exhibit about Darwin right now. The Oxford one and the Cambridge one both did. I'm not sure why. And I think the British Museum did too. I don't know. Was there like a thing about Darwin? Was there an important date around Darwin recently? Because for some reason all the museums had Darwin exhibits. But yeah, each of these cases either deal with geologic forces or something, or they've got these big banners, right? Oh, come on, focus in. Focus. There we go. Right, it's got one of, oh, the restless Earth. The planet Earth. Other stuff. I think that's the Darwin cabinet down there. Right. Okay. Anniversary of the origin of species? That'd do it. But, you know, they do... Their cases are incredibly well done. Like, I mean, look, this one's a good case. They highlight the research team, talking about what they're doing in a nice, aesthetically pleasing, cartoony format. Cool. They've got some fun mobiles. That's not that. So you know, there's a lot of things to like. Oh, 180th anniversary of Darwin's death? I mean, that'd be a weird one to celebrate, TBH, but, you know, maybe more power to him. Anyway, I'm not super sure where to put this. Honestly. Like, it's definitely, of the natural history museums, I think it is the best of them. I think it's the best of them. We'll talk about the Oxford one when we get to it. But at the same time, I don't know, it's a lot of museum. It is a capital M museum, and that is sometimes a lot to deal with. So I think top of B feels reasonable for it. I guess B tier is going to be completely stacked, so don't worry about it. D tier is going to be probably completely empty because I don't feel good about doing that. You know what? Screw it. There. D tier is not empty. But B tier is going to be stacked. Next up is the Cambridge Museum of Archaeology and... I think it's actually Cambridge Museum of Archaeology and Anthropology, not ethnography. But yeah. This is right next to the Sedgwick. It's in this corner, both chunks of it. And, yeah. This is the point where we start dinging them for massive, frankly comical amount of imperialism. Right? But before we get there, there are good news. There is good news. And that is the Cambridge history section. The section on the first chunk on Cambridge's history is real nice. It does Roman and pre-Roman Law 10. I mean, look at these. Quality Law 10 configuration. That dagger is gorgeous. I think these are medieval. Yeah, this is the medieval market town. Migration, Dark Age, Bright Age, Migration period. Each way of looking thing brings different things into view. If we scan Europe, everything is in flux. Everywhere, people are moving. So, imported a thing on imported goods and styles. Like, I like that label. That's fine. That's fine, right? Dark Ages, no. Migration period. fine. And methodology. No, they said Angles, Saxons, and Vikings. I still quibble with it, but yeah, it's better than saying Anglo-Saxon. Anyway, a little bit of methodological comments. Others are sorted into groups based on what they have in common. The making of groups allows the identification of new patterns and creates new opportunities for knowledge. And so they use these objects as their case study for them. I don't think I... Here we go. Storage drawers in the 19th century museum began to accumulate objects by the thousand. As they were sorted into different drawers by groups and types, they were defining ideas as to what was similar and what was different. The very sorting was a prompt to questions and to knowledge. So they've got some options here. But these ones, eoliths, right? Eoliths are great fun. The students are working on it, Emily. I know a ton of the Aznak folks, and they're working on it. Anyway, basically, right, they were like, hey, you know, we've got Neolithic, and we've got Mesolithic, and we have Paleolithic. And then these objects look even cruder, and larger, and weirder, and so these are Eolithic. The dawn of rock ages. Jen, how many of you have heard of Eolithic before? As an era? Maybe? We got a maybe and a lot of crickets. Whole lot of crickets coming out of the chat right now. Recognize the name, but not very strongly. Yeah. Aren't most eoliths just frost-cracked or incidentally flaked rocks? There's a reason why we don't speak of the Eolithic as an age of human work. Because eoliths are fake news. As Agolias hopefully spoiled, they are naturally formed rocks that just happen to look like they were flint-knapped. And so it's a completely fake period that was discredited in the late 1800s. And so you end up with this big box of rocks that are completely naturally formed, and in fact are not evidence of extremely early human flint-knapping. So, you know, there's that. Now let us be distracted by this incredible garnet and gold brooch. Okay, good. We have been distracted. Might I recommend further distraction by a hat? The hat is made out of pufferfish, by the way. I don't know if that affects our decision making at all. I believe you're right. I believe it is Kiribati. I did not get pictures of everything I should have. Another hat from Bhutan. And the Sami section. I got pictures of the Sami section. Sadly, Magistressa is not here for the celebration of it. They organized their anthropology section based on location. And so we get collections of objects based on where the people are. What they have done a really good job of is talking a lot more about the collection process and who collected them. Right? Some dress and identity stuff, but, right, the reason why I actually had no problem photographing these is that they were very clear on who collected them. Let's see if it specifies. It didn't specify here. Did I not capture it? We'll see. There it is. Mikhail Utsi is the lead collector. His wife, Dr. Ethel Lindgren, was a professor of anthropology at Cambridge, and Mikhail was Sami. And so these collections are entirely from his and his wife's work, working among his people. We love ethical collecting. I know, right, Zoe? It's almost shockingly ethical. We do genuinely love to see it. Anyway. Their tiny Egyptian section for pre-dynastic Nechin Egypt. And then, really the touchstone of how are we doing this? How are they showing their Benin bronzes? What they chose to do is display them and include a statement by Nigerian John Uche Ngonadi, I believe. Here lies an incredibly artistic object of a people once called barbaric, primitive, and savage Negroes adorning European museums, stolen by the British in 1897 after an unwarranted massacre and burning of a self-surviving kingdom. These blood Benin arts can be likened to the Sierra Leone blood diamonds. And that is the extent of their acknowledgement that these were stolen. That label. Right there. That's it. Actually, I think there was one other place where they said it in, like, their introductory label to their little case of them. But, you know, that hasn't stopped them from displaying them. And this is a tiny label. Just, it's about that big. I mean, it's a nice different color. It does not fit the color aesthetic, which is good. We love that it doesn't fit it. And the fact that it was written by a Nigerian, good. We love that. But, yeah, that didn't stop them from displaying it, because why would it? We do dock them points for that. At which point I must immediately update my story, because literally a week after I visited these museums, namely the, both this one and the Pitt Rivers, Cambridge and Oxford committed to returning all 120 of them that the two collectively own. Sounds like the Smithsonian committed first, and that spooked a bunch of people. And so Cambridge and Oxford jumped on the hype train. Literally a week after I visited these museums. And dinged them points for displaying these objects, they committed fully to returning them. So, you know, still a long way to go to actually get them back into Nigeria. But, you know, progress. Progress. And the head of the National Trust said that the British Museum should be allowed to do it. Parliament, please get on that shit. Here we are. I think that was it for the pictures from this. Notably, there's plenty of museums in the U.S. that have not committed yet to Harvard. Let's just see if I can find the photos. Let's see if I can find. I think I have a photo of them in Harvard, because Harvard has some. Where are we? June. Nope, I did not get any pictures in the Harvard Museum of Anthropology. That's understandable. I felt weird about taking pictures in that. I felt very weird about taking pictures in that museum. They had a lot of like American Lakota objects, so right. I don't. It felt extra weird for what is the rightful owners of the land I grew up in, the Chadishakoying, to be taking pictures of their object, right? Felt weird. Anyway, we are actually going to. Chat, what are you feeling? I mean, the Harvard ones were actually gifted for the most part. There were some that are dubious, the provenance is unknown. But there were, most of them are actually gifted, rather than stolen. It just feels weird to be taking, taking pictures of someone's often, culturally significant, if not religiously significant, material heritage. Anyway, chat, what are we feeling? Top of C or bottom of B? That's kind of where where my vibe is, on this. They've got a lot of cool stuff, but they didn't do a ton interesting with it. There was a lot of focus on, yeah, let's introduce you to this culture. As a culture, chunk, move on. Chunk, move on. Chunk, move on. And it's just, right, a ton of these cases just winding in a circle, displaying them. Top of C? Top of C feels good. Next up, another natural history museum. Also known as my face when I see that they are still displaying Benin bronzes. This is the Cambridge Museum of Zoology. Which is, frankly, gorgeous. They completely redid it, so it's in this gorgeous new building. Right, this is the exterior of this museum. Gorgeous modern building. And then you look down into it, and it's just a lot. Taco time? This dude, that's a totally understandable reason. Enjoy tacos. It's a lot. There's just a lot of stuff. Obviously, a zoological museum looks and acts and feels very different. Right. Burbs. A whale. Copy. A dodo. Whatever the heck this guy's supposed to be. I think he's a turtle of some kind. He mostly just has a good face. But, you know, as you can see, there's just a lot happening. There's a lot of... Yeah, that was right, scrimshaws. Musk deer. Whatever, this wildcat's having a bad day. The red panda. A blob. Alright, Stefan. Also, go see about dinner. That's understandable. Yeah, but this cat looks how our cat emote feels. Right, there's a little bit of that. And it's got a little bit of cat derp vibes. Come on, chat. Quick, spam cats so we can let them bounce around the screen. Let the cats bounce around the screen. I believe in us. I think I need to be on this one for it to actually bounce around. Yeah. Spot the difference between these two images? Beautiful. Yes. Yes. It's an exact match. So, you know, it's a fun museum. I do admit liking zoological collections, because they're fun. Sorry, this is from AC. I'm just gonna put my alma mater museum in blast and post the Pell Pettigrew Museum text. Incredible. Oh. I was not ready for that. God, that's so funny. That was amazing. AC, I'm crying, god damn it. God, I'm gonna be thinking about that forever. Thank you. Okay, God, let's move on before I lose it again. Yeah, you know, Emily, we're not that far away. We're getting close to the Pit Rivers. We've got like 3 more before it, so you know, let's save that reaction image for when we need it, because it's going to be not that far away. Ah, okay. Your Cambridge Museum of Zoology. What? I think it goes above the Museum of Archaeology and Ethnography. It certainly is better laid out. Though still a bit chaotic. I think here feels good. I think that feels good. Chad, if the things you're saying, if what you're seeing makes you think that I've completely misjudged this, please do let me know, but I'm feeling good about that. I'd rather be at Barley Hall than this. Barley Hall is, I think, a more interesting museum, with all the reconstructed stuff, but that's fine. Time for the first big museum. The Fitzwilliam. The Fitzwilliam is just a lot. I have so many pictures of it, but you know, Fitzwilliam Museum. But, you know, you look at it and you're like, oh, this museum big. Oh, this museum's very big. Oh, this museum very, very big. Right. I think... KJ, does that answer your question? Right, you said big, question mark? Big. And what big museum means is that this is a museum that is a collection of everything. Its target audience is everybody. Its collections span everywhere. And its stylings are, we are culturally important and we know it. That being said, right, big museums are fine as long as they're able to back it up. Just think, and I mean, KJ, the important thing to know is that the Fitzwilliam is by a significant margin the smallest of the big museums we're talking about today. But you know, if you want swords, we got swords. And hammers. And maces. And more swords. And a helmet TM. And a... Pavise? Yeah, archers pavise from the 15th century. And armor? With an armadillo. And more weird Indian swords. And... you know, this sword is not fancy enough, so it's a calendar. Guns, we got you covered. A gun that is also an axe, we still got you covered. A sword that's just a guy's tongue that you just, like, punch with it, we got that. You want manuscripts? We got you covered. You want crosses? We got those. Beautiful reliquary, by the way. You want more manuscripts? Boom. Boom. We absolutely got you covered. You want... these are incredibly beautiful ivory works. You want a cameo? Oh. You want a Roman cameo? Boom. Oh, sorry. Not Roman. 13th century. Well, technically Roman. Holy Roman. Music, we got you covered. You want porcelain works? Iranian lusterware? We got you covered. You want coins? We got you covered. You want glasswork? We got you covered. You want early modern ceramic work? We got you covered. Look at that line. Look at him. You want porcelain? We got you covered. You want contemporary? We got you covered. You want American Southwest? We got those covered. You want Roman? We got you covered. You want Egyptian? We got you covered. You want Assyrian? We got you covered. You want Salon? We got you covered. You want contemporary? We got that. You want... oops. Nice feet. You want parrot paintings? We got you covered. You want Renaissance? We got you covered. You want the Ascension, or not the Ascension? The Annunciation, Annunciation. You want miniatures? We got you covered. We want the Apollo Belvedere? Great. You want incredible views of Venice? Boom. You want just incredibly gorgeous environment art? Yeah, we got you covered. You want Chinese stuff? We got those covered too. There was some Southeast Asian stuff. I just failed because I did not take pictures of it. But I know there was some. Not a lot, but some. So, you know, it's hard to sum up a music. God, this one is incredible. This one was so incredible that this was the museum I got trinkets at. Cause I was like, you know, postcards are transportable. Postcards are pretty transportable. And so maybe I'll just use those as prints. Ah, you can't see a damn thing because it's in glass. I have art up on the wall thanks to this museum. Now, the thing I really love about this museum, though, so we click through a whole bunch of random stuff. You'll notice, right, there's been a lot of things that look suspiciously like paired images, right? Those two look pretty similar. We got a bit distracted there. We got a bit distracted there. Well, those two look pretty similar. Huh. These two maybe feel like they're supposed to be similar. Maybe these two are similar? These two? These two appear like they're supposed to be similar. They're certainly paired on the wall together. And so you'll see this purple and this lurid green. Right? So this is their big special exhibit right now about the works of David Hockney. A contemporary artist, still working. Like, I think the most recent piece in here was from like 2021. But like, there are some iPad drawings from like 2017, where he got an iPad and was like, "This is amazing," and would just sketch some flowers on the iPad and then send them to his friends, and turn that into a thing. But right, this is a tiger by David Hockney versus, well, a leopard, but. Then the poem, Byron? No, Shelley? Someone. Some famous poet, has a poem about the tiger. You know, two dudes thinking, right? A dude with all the pictures of erudition, and then a dude thinking. An unfinished sketch of someone sitting here, and a portrait. Blake, thank you. Thank you, yep, I should have recognized that was William Blake. Oh well. Right, exploring perspective through, like, a funky shaped canvas, but doing the same scene. We get distracted a little bit by other stuff. Don't worry about it. God, that death's head is, or that, like, death angel is incredible. These two are explicitly supposed to be the same thing, but, you know, again, using the shape of the canvas to cheat and create the, like, depth that is weird and doesn't exist. So, you know, and then there was a different one here. Right, this was a different temporary exhibit about environment art. couple of small, mediocre turners, TBH. Like, they're good, they're okay turners, but they're not amazing turners. But god, the oak and the reed here is, what an incredible painting. A room of minerals? Right, so the design work on how they're doing, navigating this as an art museum is amazing. They're doing some really clever stuff with how they're pairing permanent collections with temporary collections, communicating that in color, and then spreading an exhibit out through a whole bunch of galleries, so it's not just a, yes, you have now observed this guy's art, but that it's constantly forced to be in dialogue. Like, honestly, really cool stuff. Some really amazing work going on with how they're doing those exhibits. I think that deserves an A tier. Right? Obviously, it's a big museum, and that means that they've got a lot of resources to play with, but they're using those resources in ways that are really effective and really affective to do some interesting stuff. We're over halfway. Doesn't that feel good? We've only been going for 3 hours. We're going strong. We have done 12 of 19. Well, actually 22 because we added the Harvard ones. Maybe we'll leave off the Harvard ones, so we'll keep it to just the ones I saw on the tour. Because, frankly, otherwise we'll be here for 5 hours, and that's maybe a bit overkill. I thought we'd be moving a smidge faster than this, chat. Next up. Where are we going next? Which one did I go to next? Oh, right. We're going from big to big, because the next place I went, after, you know, wandering around Cambridge, more of Cambridge, there was a museum, I think it's the Kettle Museum, on the north side of Cambridge that I didn't get to go to. The Kettle, I think it's the Kettle House, actually. Didn't end up getting to go to that. By the time I made my way up there, it was already closed. But, you know, we move from big to bigger. You know what it's time for, chat. It's the British Museum. Chat, just quick heads up, has anyone been to the British Museum? I mean, I know some of you have. How many of you have been to the British Museum? The British Museum? What an absolute unit. Yes, many times. Yes, yes. You've never even been to the British. Okay, AC, that's somewhat impressive, given that that floor plan is 5 goddamn floors of objects. There are publicly accessible floors on 5 stories. Like, there's so much museum in this museum. Do those scenes from The Mummy 2 count? No. They've completely failed to communicate just how comically large this museum is. So, needless to say, I did not see the entire British Museum. I have been 4 times, and there are entire chunks of that museum I have not been to. Admittedly, partly that's because I have my tastes, and those takes, those tastes just ignore significant chunks of the museum. But you know, I'm putting in a good effort to become a better generalist and enjoy more of the museum and see more stuff. But you know, it still is enormous and ridiculous. Here's a hot take: now the Museum 3 also failed to do that? Oh yeah, totally. Not as badly as Night at the Museum 2 failed at portraying the Smithsonian, but Night at the Museum 3 did not do a good job of showcasing just how stupid the British Museum is. Because really, right, I mean, mostly it went, here's the entranceway, and the big entranceway, and there's the big spiral staircase, up by the gift shop, right in the center of the museum, and the Rosetta Stone's over that way, and the Enlightenment corridors are over that way. Have fun. I missed the, you will get completely lost the moment you get off of the main corridor. Speaking of the Enlightenment corridor, the Enlightenment. What I want to highlight here, there is some yikes and then great. This gallery shows that Europeans and Americans during the Age of Enlightenment tend to organize their knowledge to form a universal and interconnecting whole shaped by the encounters between peoples across the world, showcase the intentions and achievements of British scholars and collectors. While Enlightenment thinking and collections provide the foundations for much of our present understanding of the history of human cultural achievement, they also tend to tell a story from a predominantly European perspective. This period, and its legacies, are now increasingly being reassessed from a range of critical perspectives. Yeah. There's some room for improvement on this label. Great, we acknowledge that. This label could be a lot worse. But it very much is interested in achievement and the British Museum as a repository of cultural achievement. Which I don't love. I still don't love that. Oh, wrong direction. Let's see if I... Oh yeah. By the way, this is how the objects in here are arranged. Yes, I took pictures of most of the Germanic stuff. Don't mind me. So, you know, there's that. But the British Museum is ridiculous. You know. Have an incredible Meshika Jade Serpent. Snack. You judge cultures by the hats. An acceptable choice. This one was interesting. Cradle to Grave by Pharmacopoeia. So, literally pills. Collections of pills and medical paraphernalia for it, quote-unquote, average human life. So this thing is like 15-20 feet long. It's wild. Really interesting exhibit. Wasn't sure what to make of it. Had no idea how to photograph it. But then, you know, they're galleries. Each gallery individually is a masterpiece in the quality of the objects. Friggin' printmaking in Prague from the court of Rudolf II. My boy. Actually, this one's not a print. As you might have guessed from it being a sketch, it's not a print, but I couldn't not take a photo of it. Just look at him. He's vibing. He's got the Slav squat going. Okay. Freaking insane. Hey look, here's a print in Prague. Here's an Ottoman copy of it. Hey look, here's the city of Prague. Um, I think most of it's in the museum's collections. I think most of it is in the British Museum's collections. Usually it specifies if it's on loan. Yeah, I think a lot of these are just in the British Museum's collections instead of on loan from the National Museum in Prague. Or from the Rudolfinum or wherever. You know. But freaking what? What? What do you mean you could just make a woodblock print that captures God rays evocatively? It's insane. This was from a different exhibit. Right on the backside of it, they had a contemporary exhibit that, takes the Raphael School of Athens as a gay club. And it ruled. And then, I went and saw the Japanese section. And mostly took pictures of skeletons celebrating. And then I went to the medieval section because I have a brand. Hello, this dude. Skelly lads. And then, the brand. The brand continues. Truly, the brand will never stop. Technically, this one's Pictish. This one has Ogham on it. Byzantine stuff, blah blah blah. And yeah, then I ran out of time and met a friend for lunch. Excellent chips, Prow, by the way. Just, oh. Wow. Oh, golly. That is, about 6%. That's maybe like 6 or 7% of the British Museum's collection on view. To which end, how do we rate the British Museum? On the one hand, the quality of the objects is the best in the world. Like, we can't even pretend that it's a contest. The British Museum, it has one of the most impressive, on an individual craftsmanship level and on a scope of collections level, collections of objects in the world. On the other hand, how many of those were acquired ethically, question mark? Many, but certainly not. At all. So we give it good points for the quality of the objects. How do we take away points for some of them being stolen? We give it points for acknowledging some of those legacies of colonialism. We take away points because it still has a long way to go. We give it points for showing more contemporary artists, artists of color, queer artists, etc. And we take away points for it being too big and having too many famous objects that a lot of that contemporary art may not be seen or be seen as interesting. And we take away points for it being way too big. Like, it is... No. Center. It is in York. It has an R and an E. Google Docs. You do not get to tell me that I am set to American English. So I think realistically, that's the correct answer. I think realistically, bottom of A tier is the only acceptable place I could put it. I can't justify putting it lower. It is the British Museum. But I don't think it's an S tier museum. I don't think it's an S tier museum. Zoe, get food quickly. We're coming up on the Pitt River. It is 3 away. We're doing the Ashmolean, the Oxford Natural History Museum, and then the Pitt Rivers. So, appreciate it if you can't make it, but come on. I want people in for the reveal of the glory of the Pitt Rivers Museum of Ethnography. Anyway. The next up is the Ashmolean. If you can tell, we had back-to-back-to-back big museums. If you don't know the Ashmolean by reputation, it is the oldest museum, like proper museum, in the world. It was founded in the 17th century. And has been in continuous operation since then. Which is wild. Their exhibit design is, very, very, very good. Like, I don't have a ton of things that really show how good the exhibit design is. I'll try and find some. But, you know, their Mycenaean collections, just casually. Our lad. Oh, that one shows it okay. This is their ancient Middle East. It's, I mean, design-wise, pure design-wise, I mean, the color on the backgrounds here, the use of lighting, the interesting textures, the creating varied, like, layers within the depth of the objects, different types of objects put next to each other, the manipulable in the center, contrasting the green here and the blue there as we move through time. I don't know if I've got pictures of the manipulable. I don't remember what exactly was in the manipulable, and it makes me sad. I looked at it, and I can't remember exactly what it was. I don't remember. I looked at it, and then I forgot. We've moved forward in time, we get some of these. We hit a new place. Oh yeah. This section of it, one of the things they did that I loved, like, one of the things... Mummy? Don't think so. Not in this chunk. Not in this chunk. We do. I didn't get a lot of pictures of their big Egypt section. Their Egypt section is enormous. They have like 6 galleries of Egyptian stuff. It's ridiculously big. We'll get to the. I don't know that I showed. Okay, yeah. Here's Roman Herm. Egypt, 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 not Egypt. Yeah, I didn't get a ton of pictures of the Egyptian galleries. There were some very impressive sarcophagi in there. But, anyway, this section that they did that I adored is that this whole lower level, because this is 4 floors. This is almost as ridiculous as the British Museum. This lower level floor is all methodology. So, right, this is organized by types of materials that museum curators and conservators work with. Here's some stuff on the coins and, value of the past. So, just through time, here's our numismatic collection. Here's our textiles. How do we deal with textiles? And freaking just casually T.E. Lawrence's outfit. How do we restore objects? Right? How far do we need to go in conserving them? Here's one on the history of the Asmolean and Elias Ashmole's actual collection, which is bonkers. Here's a history of conservators. Here's a conservation lab with a manipulable, with guiding you through with a 10x and a 40x magnification lens, some case studies of damaged materials. How do we do conservation work on these? Then there was also one that I didn't seem to get pictures of forgeries. Right? How do we detect forgeries? What methods will we use to do it? And, what do we do when we get a forgery? Super cool. Right? I've never seen a museum have such a richly detailed methodology section as part of their permanent exhibits. Like a really nuanced, careful look at some of the dilemmas that curators and conservators make, and how you do collection manuscript or management on a museum this diverse. Amazing. I give it so many points for doing that. Honestly. And then, quantity of stuff. Alright, Mongol stuff. Byzantine stuff. And look, here's a nice overview of some of their Greek world collections from their second level balcony. Medieval Cyprus. Actual Stradivariuses. These are all 3 of these violins are made by Stradivarius. An amazing tapestry. Oh, that's a fake picture. Actual Amadis. Actual violins by Andrea Amadi. Of the medieval galleries. I was not feeling super good by the time we hit these medieval galleries because I was burned out. So, there's that. Now, all of this should lean to me saying that this is an S-tier museum. This is not an S-tier museum. There's a couple of problems. Firstly, once again, ethics. They did even less than the British Museum to deal with some of the ethics of their collection, while the quality of the description, in terms of the people that are being shown, is really good. I did not end up getting up to the more modern sections. I was feeling very faint by the end of it, so was not feeling super good. But they did not deal with a lot of those ethical questions and ethics of display, which is something I would have loved to see more in the methodology sections and interwoven more throughout the museum. They also had a bad habit of highlighting great British, the great English archaeologist explorers who collected a lot of this material, like Heinrich Schliemann. Now, they did highlight one of the laborers, but, the raising up of the archaeologist, the singular archaeologist, as being foundational to this collection process, is not a choice I love. It's not a choice I think, it's very sensible, right, within the context of, stuff, but within the context of this big, long-lasting museum narrative and within British popular education. But yeah, it's not a choice I love, even though they did some work to also highlight the laborers, where their names are known. Still, I don't love them raising up that. The other thing that dings it for me is that they are very unscrupulous about who they take money from. One of the galleries was funded by the royal family of Saudi Arabia, and the Egyptian galleries were funded by the Sackler family. As in the opioid crisis people. Now, I'm sure this is not unique for the to the Ashmolean, but the Ashmolean sure highlighted their names very nicely and had plaques thanking them. And maybe in current moments, don't do that. Maybe it's time to rethink how you're thanking important donors, with the understanding that they either have committed crimes against humanity, or been sued into oblivion, or both. The University of Oxford taking unscrupulous money? Gross. Yeah. Yeah. To which end, I was tempted to push the Ashmolean even lower, but no, realistically, I think I like the methodology stuff. I think I like the methodology stuff and the ways that it's educating about the museum profession, as well as just the objects on display. Enough to put it there. Okay, next up. Oh, was I on the wrong tab the whole time? I was on the wrong tab the whole time, wasn't I? Apologies. I am good at this Twitch thing and definitely not getting tired and lazy. No? Who could have guessed? I'm going to put it in A tier above the British Museum, below the Jorvik Viking Center. Apologies for that, chat. Yeah. I have been talking for a long time. Anyway. Let's move on. Nope, we're gonna stay there. Oxford Museum of Natural History. Which I spoiled for you, is this museum. Oh, don't go too far. Don't look at that. This museum is just a lot of museum. There's just a lot of museum happening in this museum. Like, the vaulted wrought iron glass dome ceiling there, on top of this brownstone colonnade, on top of this hyper neo-Gothic colonnade, with just rows, like 5 rows of just vitrines. And then all around on the inside of the colonnade, there are also displays. And you know, they got our boy Stan, the second best T-Rex. Oh look, and another thing about Darwin. See, Kitesh, I would propose instead of a mall, it feels like a train station. It feels like the inside of a train, of like St. Pancras, away from the platforms. And it's just a lot. It's got a lot of everything. And they were doing let me give credit to them. They were doing a lot of renovation work in this area. You see, right, this has been barred off, that's been barred off, back there's been barred off. So, right, they're doing a lot of renovation work, moving stuff around, redoing some of these cases. A lot of stuff. Love these cases for having a little bit of the aesthetic of, like, old-timey. Let me zoom in. Maybe I can't zoom in on the panorama. Anyway, these ones out in the back, right? Where some of the... you can't actually see them in the picture there. Blah. Some of the ones in the back here are very much Victorian, big, heavy, I complained about this earlier, cases. These ones, across here, have the aesthetic of having that wood-lined vitrine, while also having light, which feels good. Feels good. That being said, I still could not figure out if there was rhyme or reason to how they, like, organize things, or if there was an actual progression, or if it was just stuff and objects. I really struggled to figure that out. Admittedly, I was tired. And this was not really the museum I wanted to spend a ton of time in. But it's also just so stimulating. It's so incredibly overstimulating to just be hit with, yeah, you're in a big giant train station-like room, and here are a bunch of rows of stuff. To me, it wound up being too overwhelming. Like, I just couldn't figure out how the museum was structured, what it was doing. It was a bunch of really cool objects and cases. I don't love that. That's not what I'm looking for in a museum these days. That's not something I find interesting, that's just stuff in cases. And yeah, great, they've got a cast of Stan, just staring over you. They've also got everything else of all over the place. So, right, when you have 130 million years of stuff, actually longer than that, I think it's more like 400 million years of stuff, with nothing to help guide me through how you're progressing through the stuff or what resonances are putting objects next to each other. It's just, it was too much for me to deal with. That's bad. That's water. I'll have to deal with that after stream. An ice cold take. Ice cold take, a D rank does not mean that these museums are bad. It is objectively a very good museum. The collection of stuff was objectively quite good. So, yeah. Right. My ice cold take is that the fact that it's hitting the bottom of my D tier does not mean that it's a bad museum or that I hated it. Chat, are you ready? We're coming up on our last handful of museums here. I'm excited for that one. But first, are you ready for the reveal? I kinda spoiled it a bit, but you know, that's fine. Observe the floor plan of the Pitt Rivers Museum of Ethnography. Isn't it just the most? Isn't it just the most museum you've ever seen in one place? No, it's objectively the most. I am also tired. I was very tired when I walked into the museum. I just started laughing when I walked in because holy crap. Thing is, unlike in the Cambridge Museum of Archaeology and Anthropology, this is not organized by culture, usually. There are some things that are organized by culture, but for the most part it's organized by perceived thematic parallels. The human form in art. Pottery. North American pottery. Treatment of the dead. Religious figures from Asia. Flutes. Lutes. Zithers. Religious figures. Vibes is not a terrible thing. Now, one might look at this and say, I really want to hate this, because this is the most 19th century I've ever seen in one place. Now read this. Have you come to see the quote-unquote shrunken heads? The human remains that used to be on display in this case have been removed. Indigenous peoples have long argued against the public display of their ancestors' remains. Our audience research has shown that visitors often saw the museum's displays of human remains as a testament to other cultures being savage, primitive, or gruesome. Rather than enabling our visitors to reach a deeper understanding of each other's ways of being, the displays reinforce racist and stereotypical thinking that goes against the museum's values today. Now, I don't love that they means tested whether or not they should be removing things rather than just trusting indigenous people, but you know, they did means test whether they should remove things, and then did remove them, because the means testing revealed that it was bad. So, yeah, the Pitt Rivers Museum does way more than any other museum of acknowledging the fact that it is the most 19th century and attempting to, without fundamentally blowing up the museum and trying again, uh, of attempting to reframe itself and its collections into a more complex form of understanding. The Pitt Rivers also committed to returning its Benin bronzes a few weeks ago. By the way, also I love this case. Magic and witchcraft. A lot of vibes, lot of vibes, lot of vibes. Also a Buffy the Vampire Slayer Lego minifig. Sadly, I missed this special exhibit because they had a whole special temporary exhibit called Beyond the Binary on gender transgression in various cultures. And it closed the week before I went there. Just like at the British Museum, I missed the World of Stonehenge exhibit by days. By a few days. I think it was 3. Hey look, object highlights, first floor. Many of the Benin objects on display in the museum were looted from the royal court of the Kingdom of Benin in Benin City, southern Nigeria, by British soldiers during a military campaign in 1897. A lot more information. This is too text heavy, I think. This is important. Right, this is important, but at the same time, on a digital screen that is cycling back and forth, I think this is too much text. Pitt Rivers recognized the loose status of this material and is committed to ongoing dialogues with the Royal Court of Benin. Relevant communities and activists discuss the future of these objects and their interpretation. The other thing I don't love about this, actually, is that it is not next. It's not next to the Benin bronzes. It's in the opposite corner of the square on the first floor, second floor in the U.S. gallery. Now, another decision that I love. Part of their displays on this collection of Indigenous Australian peoples is this photograph series where it has the colonial ethnographers that are responsible for much of this collection posed as a photograph with the eyes cut out through which the indigenous artist is looking. Looks like Christian Thompson is the artist. But yeah, this is how the Pitt Rivers introduces you to these colonial ethnographer figures that are important to the creation of its own collections. Right? The big colonial collectors are being introduced to us through this photograph series. And there's like 4 photographs like this. Whereas this guy, Christian Thompson, who is Indigenous Australian, posing with these photos of the people who very unethically collected his people's heritage. They showed no human remains. I'm not entirely sure, but I do not remember what warnings they had, but I remember that being fairly impressed with how it actually framed the process of collecting, and framed it to be somewhat more on indigenous terms. Oh yeah, here's their Benin bronzes collection, right there. Also, this was fun. Mo'olelo, I believe, An entomological journey into Hawaiian culture. This was a fun series. Another contemporary Hawaiian artist doing Hawaiian folk figures as bugs, which was amazing. Had good fun with that. Photograph series. Weaponry and firearms. Blah blah blah. And that was that. So, here's the deal. I walked into the Pit Rivers expecting to be like, wow, this is real bad. I think it's there. That layout is still trash. Let me be very clear this, dude. That layout is just a lot to deal with. But I think it's up there, even with it. Which feels bizarre, for the record. It does feel super weird. And for, you know, the one we were memeing about being just wild. Let me see if... Pit Rivers Museum. Let's see if there's a good floor plan of it. Oh, that's a beautiful aerial. That's a beautiful aerial view of it. That layout's a lot to deal with. If you're turned off by the layout, I completely understand and agree with you. But the thing is, it's doing the most to try and invert the significance of that layout and make it something, you know, recognize its legacy and actively shape your interpretations of this to be different. And I think it has a long way to go. Right, I think it's very hard for it to climb the ranks any farther than that. But, like, it's doing some real good stuff to, like, reshape that and engage with that and make sure it's portraying things. You putting more interesting objects next to each other to inspire the right kind of conversations. It's just you have to get past. The Most Museum. You just have to get past the most museum that have ever been seen in one place. Next up, we move over out of the UK because we have finished all of our UK museums, which is a lot of museums. As it turns out, I went to a lot of places. And next up is a place in the Netherlands known as Archeon. Archeon is the definition of a living museum. It goes from Mesolithic to late medieval, through big reconstructed buildings. And so you start here, and you go through the Mesolithic, and you got a little dugout canoe and some little huts there, and various Neolithic sites, and then Bronze Age sites, and then Iron Age sites, and then a big giant Roman square, and then a little tiny Viking Age section, and then a big medieval town. And there's an archery station here, and a sword fighting station here, and a combat arena here. Okay, just an arena here, and a bathhouse here. A boat in here. Just a whole boat. And another combat arena here, and a playground of foodstuffs here, and a labyrinth here, and there's a lot. There's a lot. Alright, Emily, have a good rest of your night. You do miss my highest rated museum, but that's okay. The VOD will always be here, and you do need to make sure you get some rest. So, you know, Archeon is big. This is probably your favorite place in the Netherlands. I'm shocked, Wolfie. Just absolutely shocked. And they have a little Roman archaeological house right here. So, you know, there's actually a true museum inside of it too. The reconstruction stuff is actually very, very interesting. Let me find the photos. Because we need to skip a bit. I didn't take very many photos in it. That's okay. There's the arena. There's that. That's weird. I thought I had taken more. There's, the inside of the bathhouse has just Odysseus. And then I'm back in The Hague. Okay. There's our Roman legion, of like 20 people. They had a little combat training, a lot of jokes, good performance, right? Big focus on the performance. This is a Roman, like late Roman temple. But yeah, and then they had a longship, that you could pull along briefly. The coolest thing they had was that they are doing the restoration and hosting work for a bunch of barges that were excavated from along the Rhine. That, like, enormous Roman period barges. And it was like, there's like 5 ships. Like, I think it's like 2 canoes and then 3 different sizes of increasingly large river barges that ran from France into the Netherlands. The Romans were for the Roman weekend. It wasn't the Roman weekend. It was a special occasion. But even so. It was a lot. It was fun. The only place where I actively disagree with most of the interpretations was, of course, the Viking section, because I am a specialist. And, you know, when you are using your runic alphabet based on the ordering of the English alphabet, and just carving them into stuff, I start to have opinions. And when the person redoing the work says that he's using the Elder Futhark for the Viking Age, I will continue to have opinions. We'll talk, we've talked about that enough times. We don't need to harp on it too much. Right, their medieval section was good fun. Obviously there was the sword fighting. There was, yes, small children and not so small children. Small children at heart. Here are some swords that you can't possibly hurt yourself with. Probably, maybe. Let's learn 4 strikes and a stab. Okay, you have now sword fought. And then, you know, actually I gotta go inside one of the houses, cause afterwards we were looking through the medieval area and there was a surgeon's house. And I was looking at it going like, is that supposed to be like Aristotelian hierarchies of existence, or are those Galenic humors? And then one of the staff members let me in, and then we talked about medieval medicine for a bit. It was good fun. I thoroughly enjoyed my time there. Obviously, it is basically uncomparable to the rest of these museums, because it's trying to do something totally different. Right, it is definitely, just broadly speaking, trying to do something very different and engage with things in a very different way. That being said, they had some errors of interpretation that docked them points. But in terms of being a nice, by navigating the space between being a heritage experience and being a theme park experience, it does a solid job. Next up, one of my favorite museums on the planet, and I am unabashedly biased. There we go. This is the Moskva Archaeological Museum in Aarhus. It is built into the side of a hill, and it is amazing. It is absolutely beautiful as a location. And it is an incredible museum. Now, let me pull up the pictures for each from me. Because naturally, we'll talk about, I guess, its main collections first, before I talk about the thing I actually mostly saw. The full disclaimer, this is not the first time I have been to this collection. I have been to this museum 4 times. And so I did not see most of its permanent collections. It goes all the way from Mesolithic to late medieval, like most of them do. I guess actually early modern, they have some like 17th and 18th century stuff in there. But some of their more famous objects include one of 2 replicas of the Gunderstorp cauldron. Gunderstorp is on the island of Föhn, and this is a cauldron made of Thracian silver, probably, with Thracian designs, found in Denmark, made sometime in the pre-Roman Iron Age. It rather famously has the Lord of Beasts. Did I actually not get a good picture of Lord of Beasts? Yeah, there he is. Right. It has Cernunnos, right? Definitely Cernunnos. We promise. There's no one else who this could possibly be. No way. Not even slightly. It also has a human body content warning. Rather well preserved, very dead human body. 3, 2, 1. The Gallbella Man. This guy got strangled to death and thrown into a bog. Actually, I think he got his throat cut. There's a different guy in the museum who got strangled to death. He got his throat cut and was thrown into a bog. In the 2nd century, I think. He's another pre-Roman Iron Age, or early Roman Iron Age, somewhere in there. He's an Iron Age bog body. This is his real hair. This is his real skin. Display-wise, you can access the build-it from down here, like I did, but if you're going through the collections as intended, the first time you'll see this guy is from about 7 feet above him. Because they'll have a section on the Iron Age Danish culture, and then they have a section where there's a bunch of foam padding on the floor to have the same texture as a bog. And in that bog, you can look down the center directly on top of this guy. And then you go down the stairs on the edge and can cycle around and see him close up. So they actually designed it so you can see him from at the depth at which he was found in the bog first. And then go look at it. Yeah. It's bonkers. Ignore that handsome person. But that was not why I visited this time. Flashing lights. I visited because their temporary exhibit was on the Kievan Rus, i.e. The Volga, Dnieper, and other places, river peoples that are a Germano-Turko-Slavic hybrid people. They are not Vikings, but they're also not Vikings. This exhibit freaking rules. This is the room about the fur trade. Yes, these are real. Unfortunately, there were no notes about the how ethically they source them. Hopefully, there are some ethical mink farms in Denmark. It is legal, so some of these are probably sourced from them. Don't know about some of these other fox skins and bear skins. I have hopes that they took care to ethically source all of them, but I can't guarantee that one way or another. Here is their map that they used to describe everything. Yeah, this is just to give a sense of what is being traded. Tens of thousands of pelts move through the Eastern European river systems every year in the Viking Age. So stack it up to the roof. And it's that's an impossible to conceive number of things. But it's even more impossible to conceive when you can't physically handle them. So anyway, I love this map. As we move through the different places, it highlights a trail through it, so this red line just keeps getting longer and longer. But notice, it's Europe turned. And so it makes it incredibly obvious when Baghdad is almost directly below Birka. Yeah, this is obvious. Of course the trade routes move like this. Of course it goes in the almost straight line from Stara Ladoga to Constantinople. And of course it goes this incredibly easy line straight south. Straight south here and then straight over to Baghdad. Duh. Right? Here is their one on the Rurikid dynasty. And its big animated fireplace thing in the hall. They also had a diorama that I didn't take pictures of. They had a little diorama describing how people move through the rivers, and they projecting lights on different parts of it to create light effects of, it's now spring and things are thawing, and they'll have this textured light coming down the little diorama. As another display manipulable thing. A lot of these are Ukrainian objects. Actually, most of the objects in this section are sourced from Ukraine. They got them out just before the war started. And the condition of loan was apparently that there were no objects from Russia. By the way, my favorite photo in here, my phone's camera is very good. It's Alexander the Great on a Byzantine bit of jewelry that was found in the Kievan Rus. And it's a close-up on Alexander. See? There it is. There's the object, and then there's the close-up. Anyway, I have some also harpies. Ignore that one. And then here's the insane one. This is Constantinople. This is how they did Constantinople. Here's the outside of the church. Here's the inside of the church. There is, obviously there's the label. The labels are long. The labels are really long. If I had to criticize this, it's that the labels are very long. But, it's for, there is one case of objects in that room. Right? There's this. There's this. This is a replica. These are replicas. This is the one case of actual objects. This is an incredible metal detector find, by the way. This one made big waves in Denmark for being just immaculate. And it's a metal detector find. Hey look, merchant nomads. And then we moved into... I didn't get a picture of Baghdad for no reason, or for some reason, but here's Ibn Fadlan telling about the Rus burial in a light show in Baghdad. Now, I did have a moment of mental whiplash, I will say this, when I was hit with Assalamu alaikum min Wallah. I speak a smidge of Arabic. Okay, I don't speak it. I know a smidge of Arabic and a little bit more Danish. And all of my languages that are not English, because I have dabbled in too many of them, are in a bucket that says not English. And my brain did short circuit when I had to jump from the Arabic section of the bucket to the Danish section of the bucket with no warning. But yeah. This is the easiest S tier of my life. And all throughout it, they had commentary by experts like Kat Yarman, who wrote The River Kings, fabulous history of the Vikings through trade objects, and Søren Sindberg, who is an incredibly well-known Danish archaeologist for this period, and one of my friends. Sadly, I think the exhibit is about to close, but their next exhibit is on the Vendel migration period, Vendel period, however you want to call it, pre-Viking Age, Iron Age. And one of my other friends I happen to know has recorded video bits for it. So, you know, their next exhibit will also slap. And now we are in the home stretch. Now we are very much in the home stretch here, which is good because, oh boy, I was not expecting this to take so long. With a tiny digression, that takes the form of the Protestants, the proof that the Protestants have no taste. They painted over these frescoes with whitewash because of idolatry or something. Anyway, next up. Oh, you didn't. Did you guys see the frescoes? I hope you guys saw the frescoes. There was Aarhus Cathedral, Domkirke. Anyway, next up is the Helsinki City Museum. Which, this is literally just about the city of Helsinki, basically from the late 19th century to the present. Very limited scope. But you know, takes an interesting approach. Instead of trying to have a kind of artifact-focused approach, has a very vibe-focused approach. I'll just get the vibe of the city in each room, right? Pick the city, pick a time, get the vibe. And so this is pretty early. This is like 1920s-ish, I think. This is beach culture in the, I think also like Victorian period. Victorian period. It's in Finland. That's not a meaningful sense of words. Like late 19th, early 20th century. So you got a few artifacts, and then you have this nice colored-in photograph. There's an augmented reality game for using this diorama of the city and some tablets. Sadly, it was broken. Skateboarding culture. I didn't get a ton of pictures in it, once again. Weird. I thought I'd taken more. Oh well. The other thing it had, its special exhibit right now, was on the mental asylum that had used to exist just north of Helsinki. And so it was a collection of things produced by people kept at that mental asylum. Right? And often very harsh, but also a place with a lot of creativity, a lot of joy, and sort of using evolving ideas of mental health and what does it mean to care for mental health from this hospital, and it's evolving the ephemera that its inmates made. Right? I'm kind of fluctuating between patients and inmates fairly freely there because it was not a pleasant place to be. But it was a really fascinating exhibit with some really, really cool stuff. And it had another very cool thing in it of that the first thing in the exhibit was a silent disco. So they had a couple of disco balls. Some of them had been falling down, but one of them was still turning. To highlight the fact that in the 1970s, this hospital had a gay disco bar in its basement because homoromanticism and homosexuality was considered a mental illness, and so people were institutionalized for being gay, and so made a gay disco in the place in which they were being kept for being people. Yeah, that's a legacy. But yeah. Another thing this museum did that I loved in its main collections was that a lot of their manipulables were old-timey. So, right, have a lot of, like, wooden... a lot of levers and knobs and, like, very physical wooden-feeling things for what is on a lot of tech underneath it. So, dress it up as being period machinery, appropriate to the period in which the vibe of the room was, and have a bunch of those. A lot of stuff focusing on photographs, panoramas, switching between photographs, and then slowly evolving into more recent modern paraphernalia, newsreels, stuff like that. So, a lot, like, not a ton of objects on display, but it was a really, really, really well-designed experience. But now comes the tricky part, right? Can I actually put it above the Ashmolean? I'm in charge here. Yes, I can. I had more fun in this museum than I did in this museum. So this museum's going higher in my rankings. Is that the most rigorous explanation ever? Nope. So anyway, this is the next museum I'm talking about, is this building right in the center there. So we are in our last town, We are in Tallinn, Estonia, talking about the Old Town Hall Museum, which is in fact just the Old Town Hall. Oh, wrong button. This guy used to be on top of the Old Town Hall. He is Van Thomas. He got knocked off, and now he lives inside the museum. Well, a replica sits on top of him. The big thing, right, is that it's got a lot of like semi-restored or semi-restored stuff from the Middle Ages, celebrating the medieval and more early modern history of Tallinn as a Hanseatic town. Because Tallinn, Estonia is the easternmost of the Hanseatic towns. And that means that it has a lot of money. A lot of trade coming in from Germany, from Denmark, from Sweden. And so the town hall is pure Hanseatic style. They have a little bit of, in this roof, they've got some stuff about the restoration of it in the Soviet period, and a nice overview of the whole thing. But it's gorgeous. This is a beautiful building. And, you know, like a lot of the building museums, right, it is itself the collection. Yeah, there's some stuff. Some documents that are replicas from the National Archives. Some more recent stuff. But, for the most part, right, it's focused on itself as the building. And one quiet thing that I love that they did, like, you can see it here, this door is, you know, not the right color, right? It is shiny black. So these are piano doors. This was a deliberate choice in the 1970s when they were doing that phase of the restoration, to say, the places where we have done major renovation, replaced all the woodwork, we're going to replace it with shiny black piano doors so that it's very clear what that is. It's a nice, sleek, modern look. It's aesthetically pleasing in its own right, but also it highlights that this is a restoration. And so the same thing is true in this. This is the council room. In the Middle Ages, this patterning would have been all over this room. They restored it so that it's this nice modern whitewash thing, but also that it's trimmed up in these medieval colors. Because we have better aesthetic taste than medieval people did, I'll just be honest. We have a much cleaner aesthetic taste. And so this looks amazing. It's not historically accurate per se, but that's an overrated metric. But I mean, and then I asked them actually why all of these were in German, because all the labels on all of the artwork is in German, and that's because that's the administrative language. A lot of these actually are fairly late. They're after the Hanseatic League is weakening, and after that the Russian Empire takes over Tallinn. The official language of the administration in the Russian Empire was German. So yeah, you know, that's that museum. It is, I mean, I highly recommend. Highly recommend. Oh, there is one more thing related to it to show. Right next to the museum, I didn't end up going up the tower, but right next to the museum is a bar. This is the inside of the bar. It is also inside the town hall. This is inside the town hall. It is a bar called the Three Dragons. And, yeah. The waiters have good banter. Just a side note. The food is cheap, the drinks are good, and the waiters have very good banter. Would that have been a result of the Baltic German nobility and power at the time? Yep. Yep. Right, the Baltic... There are huge amounts of German speakers in the Baltic, in administrative positions, thanks to the Hanseatic League. Russian Empire rolls up, Peter the Great's like, wow, that's really cool. I want to be French, I want to be German. And so he invites more Germans in to continue to be administrators. And that just continues well into the 19th century. And so we come to our last museum of the day, the Estonian Natural History Museum. Now, the exterior of this museum is amazing. This is in a little tiny courtyard, just sheltered away from everything. And this is a medieval town. The street layout is the same as in the 13th century. So, it's in this little secluded courtyard that's just super peaceful, super nice. And it had a temporary exhibit. Ignore the dates on it, it was still up. Its temporary exhibit was terribly adorable bats. It's a cool layout. Now, I am not going to dock it points for the only language of the signs being Estonian. It is, after all, in Estonia. That'd be a bit unfair. I am going to dock it points for its English language audio guide, not lining up with the numbers on the labels. They did have pamphlets that directly translated all the labels into English and Russian, so that wasn't a big deal, but they recommend the English language audio guide. And then, yeah, most of the labels didn't line up. So I am going to dock it points there, because that's the thing you should probably check before you push the thing to live. Also, one of the audio tour guides on the English language audio tour was in Estonian. Just, you know, not the best look for it. I am also going to dock it points for having the labels for what species of bats these are be in 4 different languages and completely illegible in all of them. It has the Russian, the Estonian, the Latin, and the English names for all of these bats, but they are on top, way too high in the air for anyone to see. Here is an excellent little overview of Estonian geology, by the way. I was looking in Finland, I was like, this is old. Right? This is old. Turns out, you know, while I didn't get a look at Finnish geology, the coast here is Precambrian. And then the farther down you go, it gets younger and younger. So, we've got a little bit of coastal stuff that's Cambrian, and then Silurian, I believe it's then Devonian, Ordovician, and Carboniferous? I believe it's Silurian, Ordovician, Carboniferous as you go south, for when this geology formed. So I'm suspecting in Finland, right, I saw some of the rocks and I was like, these feel really old. Like, these feel potentially Precambrian. And I think I was right. Hey look, here's the cliff. With the Cambrian and the... it's the old. The old stuff. And then the main display of the Estonian Natural History Museum are these accounts of the fens. So most of Estonia is, I think they officially called it all Meierland, but then we have different types of fens. So we go from proper fens towards quagmires, towards pine bogs, with all the beings that live in pine bogs, to these big open bogs, to eventually basically forest land. And so, right, you get just it's all structured with these excellent big dioramas. Some handleable stuff, some bog iron that you can handle, some actual peat moss that you can handle. Some stuff you can actually look in and see for like specimen stuff. And then a nice digital manipulable of you trying to navigate through a bog to try and identify like what plants are going to be on raised areas where it's relatively dry, versus you're about to sink into the bog and drown horribly. It was good. It was good. There was a bunch of museums in Estonia I unfortunately did not get to see, like the Maritime History Museum, the Estonian National History Museum, some of those. But that is okay. Sadly, we end up on an extremely middling note. Because I think, realistically, it's a solidly average natural history museum. It lacks the pizzazz of like the Cambridge Museum of Zoology. I love the dioramas. I love the laser tight focus on Estonia. I think they're doing some clever stuff with the exhibit layout and design. But there's also some production issues that I think hamper that from being much higher. So there we have it. My definitively subjective tier ranking of the 20 museums I visited over this summer while traveling. Stop it. And no, I refuse, Google Docs, to admit that is not spelled center R-E. What a time, right? I visited a lot of museums, as it turns out. A lot of museums of a lot of flavors. But there we go. A lot of cool stuff. Good time. So, thank you all for sticking with me. This was a different kind of stream. So let me know if you enjoyed it, or if you particularly didn't. To everyone who stuck around, like, we actually had really good viewership for this stream. I thought it was going to be in the tank, but that's great. I'm glad you all were interested in what I was doing, and I'm glad this seemed to be a fairly interesting concept. As always, if you did miss any of this, the VOD will be on Twitch and then on YouTube. And of course, thank you all for the support. If you want to support the stream more, join our patrons over here by heading over to patreon.com/LudoHistory. For as little as $2 a month, you're able to support me. Make sure this keeps happening, make sure we can keep doing more interesting things, more interesting types of content, etc. Next stream is going to be on Saturday, so stay tuned for that. We're going to be going back to Expeditions Viking, and continuing that whole experience. Until then, though, thank you all so much for watching, have a good rest of your night, and yeah, farewell, and happy museum goblining.